Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Welcome, State Power, and got the biggest truth seeker. So we can start it off. If people want to come up and just say some words, that's fine. If you got a topic, I'm gonna try to go through this jumbotron and add some stuff up here. Like I said, every week there's just so much going on. But I'm probably going to repeat this a few times, but I was able to figure out a way to upload a screenshot version of the Twitter space onto our YouTube channel. And that's the first thing I put up in the Jumbotron. So, because we had some, I want to say their name was like this diaspora warlord or something along those lines. I was alerted to the fact that they were basically recording all these spaces and putting them all into this one channel, and don't know the person. They never reached out, and so we just want to make sure that we are kind of controlling our own message and having it in a place where it's going to benefit the people who really want to get the information and not sort of mixed up in something that we don't even know what it is, to be perfectly honest. But I just, right before we came on, there was a story about the rising rents in the country. Of course, it affects Black people. They mention Hispanics, but it devastates Black people with these rising rents and gentrification. And the thing that I've noticed today, I got to ride around, which I don't normally do, in my personal vehicle, and the number of new homes, new townhomes, and apartment complexes that are going up all over the city that I live in, east, north, south, west. It's unbelievable. I lived here nearly 50 years. I've never seen this much construction of just dwellings. And it makes me believe that they are anticipating some massive influx of people. I don't know why. I don't know where that's coming from, but it's like they're just building and building and building and building and building, and it's like you see these apartment complexes where one building looks like it holds 50 apartments or more, and there's like 5 or 6 buildings all sort of together in a cluster. And then you drive to another side of town and you see the same thing, or sometimes just a few blocks away. So I don't know if other people are seeing this where they're at, where they're from, but I'm actually shocked. I've been seeing it happen over the last, probably, I'll say 5 years, maybe a little bit longer, but it's really accelerating around here.
Yeah, you know what? I sort of oppose, Black Americans living in crowded urban areas. Look, already, I said this many times, right? 80% of Black Americans live in urban areas covering 10,000 square miles. That 80% of Black Americans, that's between 36 and 40 million people, live in an area the size of Maryland. Maryland is 10,000 square miles. So Black American, we already are concentrated in a small area. So
the thing about these, they're not building these for Black people. These are like luxury apartments. just looking at them, you know they're going to be unaffordable for most of the black residents where I live at. I mean, the new houses, you can almost forget about it. I think the last news report said black Americans in the city that I'm living in has like a 3% home ownership rate. It's deplorable. I mean, it's like we live in this city where black people have no power at all. There's a few that might have a good job. You know, we got a national sports team, whatever. But it's like it's so much worse here for black people than probably just about anywhere in the country, man. Like there is no black infrastructure here. There's one radio guy on the AM station who does focus on black issues, and a gentleman called in during the week, and he was saying how, you know, there's not even a black restaurant that he can take his out of town, you know, black family to and say, hey, you know, this is what we got going on here or whatever. Now that was an exaggeration. There's maybe one or two that I can think of. There's a lot of foreign, like African and Jamaican spots, but just black American, there may only be one or two. And this is a city where, you know, it's like in the city, I believe it's like they're like a third of the population, maybe like 30% or something like that. You know, countywide, it reduces dramatically because there's like 2 million people in the county, but inside the city itself, it has a particularly high black population, just no power, no authority, no systems in place. It's really, really bad here. And we can trace it back to the drug trade. There probably has been decades of black men lost in the drug trade, from selling and using and everything else that revolves around it, the incarceration, etc. But even those who may have made it out of that and got good jobs or whatever, you know, they're not even building any type of community or infrastructure. The churches are not building any type of community or infrastructure for the black citizens of this city, and the white people just don't care. Like they literally do not care. All you see them do is blame. Like they got this new black mayor, first time ever in the history of the city they got a black mayor, and they are pivoting to blaming him every time a black person gets killed in the city. He's become the face of black violence in the city just because he's a black mayor. And so, you know, it's like, man, it's depressing. It's very depressing even thinking about it.
Yeah. You know, well, I was talking about, you know, black Americans living in urban areas, right? Look, they want black people, everybody, Hispanics, white, they want everybody to live in rental homes. They want everybody to rent. You got people, you call the land owners, the property owners, right? They want to own all the property, and then they want to rent out to the middle class and below. And then that middle class and below, right, they're going to be forced to work for the rest of their life because they have to pay rent. So that's why that's why I try to tell my family, look, don't live in urban areas, right? Try to live in the South. Try to buy property in the South, and and just try the best you can. But if you live in rental property, you're gonna be working for the rest of your life. or struggling for the rest of your life.
Indeed. And it's so. I agree with you. Everything you said. There's no question about it. That is the system. Yes, they want renters. They want you renting everything. I mean, there's even I see certain places where they talk about, they envision the future where you just rent everything.
Right.
And that to me is actually insane anyway. But if you don't own anything, and again, because this is the Western society, we got away from saving up the money to buy the car, saving up the money to buy the house, things of that nature. And then so now it's like everything's based on credit scores and financing. I think they said Italy is introducing a social score like China. They believe that's the next place to do it. So that's going to be a whole nother situation where, it's going to obviously affect Black Americans negatively with these social scores or whatever that's going to be about. And so they create all these systems to just keep us down. But I mean, when you're living in a city where there's 100,000 plus Black people in the city itself, and then maybe another 100 or 200,000, surrounding the city, but you got 3% Black home ownership, like, that's a problem with the policy and the legislation and the bankers and it's like all of these systems are keeping the Black people in this town in a perpetual state of dependence, like just a perpetual state of dependence. They don't have any property to give to their future generations, inheritances, nothing. It's depressing, man.
Yeah. It's depressing. Look, Gray, for the rich, right? For rich people, right? It's easy for them to make money, but the hardest thing to do is preserve your wealth. Making wealth, we all know, you have these professional football players, basketball players, they sign $5-10 million contracts. And then once they retire, they lose all their money, after 2-3 years after they retire. Look, so to them, it's easy to make money, but it's difficult. It's even much harder to preserve your wealth. And for many rich people, the best way to preserve your wealth is to keep middle class people and poor people, keep them from owning property. Let them rent from you, so you can be the rent boss. That's how you living. That's how you preserving your wealth, is by letting other people rent your property. I mean, that's, everybody knows that,
Yeah, because they got all these apps. So my son he's young, he's like half my age, but he turned on something called it's called the Turo app, right? So it's like Airbnb for cars, essentially. And a lot of, I've seen some YouTube videos where people are making money off of it, but essentially you lease your car out like a rental car company through this app, and people are buying cars just to rent so they can make money like that. You got like I just mentioned Airbnb, which we just had this massive. It was considered a, what do they call those, massive shooter situation, because I think 10 people were shot, 2 were killed. Mass shooter, yeah. And it was a house party of teenagers where, the estimate was 200 teenagers were in this house party. And I did a search on Twitter, and I'm finding out there's been these house, because I don't know. I mean, this is a whole different demographic, but they've been having these house parties for like this. It goes back to 2018, maybe even earlier than that. of these large Airbnb style parties where, because there's not a whole lot of venues, especially for underage people. I don't think there's any underage venues anymore, so they don't have anywhere to go essentially. So they're resorting to these, renting out these houses and having these parties. Yeah, and then you have these kids getting killed. So now they want to create all these laws. But I've been seeing and hearing about these Airbnb laws where they want to restrict them or ban them or put all types of controls on them. And so that's what they're trying to move to now in terms of trying to limit situations like that from occurring. But that's where you got a lot of these real estate, people who are either big real estate or mid-level or even the smaller ones, where they're saying, okay, I can lease an apartment or lease a house out, and then I can do Airbnb, and over the course of 12 months, I'm gonna make a profit on, having a couple of Airbnb dates. So yeah, I mean, we're just it's like we're in this system where people who have a little bit of money, they can kind of leverage it, make some money, profit off of it, and unfortunately, we're not taking advantage as much of those opportunities. We end up being the people paying money into these opportunities, and then we're sitting here with 3% home ownership. Like, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man.
Hey, Gray, I sent you that video of that the Filipino girl. She made some money on YouTube or whatever, and she saved up her money and she built her own house. I mean, her house cost her, I think, $6,000 to $10,000. And she hired local contractors to build her house, and it probably the most important trade to know for any black man is to know how to build your house. If you don't have a university education, if you you don't have a professional license or whatever like that, you want to at least want to know construction, know how to build a house, how to build masonry and concrete and all those stuff. You want to know the minimum of that stuff. I mean, and once you have that, you can build your own house.
I think I heard that Malcolm X's father built, and I don't know if it's that home that they're trying to make historic in Detroit, if that's the home that they're talking about. Mm-hmm. I know I've heard a lot of stories of a few generations ago where black men were building homes, even if small homes, whatever, doesn't matter. They're building their own homes. The best friend I had, he was the youngest of probably like 8 kids, and he had mostly brothers. I think there were like 2 sisters, but they all were involved in trades: carpentry, bricklaying, plastering, paint. Matter of fact, the first time I could say I worked as a teenager was working with them. He would have some rental property somewhere, and they were doing demolition. We would do that, and then we would set up the plastering and then set up the painting. And I'll tell you, because being an entrepreneur and having some rental properties, every time I need to get some work done, it's like I gotta go on Craigslist, or I gotta go on Facebook, and I try not to mess with these so-called established companies because their prices are ridiculous. I try to go with like an independent person who's reasonably priced, but you got to filter through like 4 or 5 people to get to somebody who's good, who'll show up, who'll get the job done. And there's so much opportunity, like you're saying, where those skills could transfer into a business, like easily transfer into a business, because there's so much work to be done. And when I see these Mexicans like starting to really populate the area, way more than ever, that's how they sort of work their way into the community, because they do all that, interior and exterior home improvement work, and they're making good money. Like a lot of, like, who knows what they're paying the workers who don't speak English, whatever. I mean, that's between them, but they're charging market value rates. They're not like undercutting people to the point where they can't make a profit. They're making a profit.
Right.
They're making money doing it. So yeah. I mean, man, so let's put it in perspective of a Black majority state, where we say we can have this curriculum in the schools. We can train our people up. We not only can we train them up to have these skills, but because we are governing the state, there's going to be state contracting opportunities in a lot of the state-owned buildings, state-owned properties, so they can get some contracting opportunities, some contracting work, and then they can establish their own business through grants and funding and everything else. We have a whole pipeline set up for it.
Right. And actually, the church can get involved as well. Look, the Mormon Church, what they do is the Mormon Church. Let's say you're a married couple, and you want a house built. Well, the church will get the young guys, men together, and they will build your house. And they can do it really cheaply. The Mormons, they supposed to be expert carpenters and and builders.
You saying that reminds me of it's something called. It starts with RE. Oh man, what is it called? It's I want Revolve is on the tip of my tongue, but I don't think that's it.
You talking about real estate investment trust?
Well, I think maybe renew or renewal or something along those lines. But essentially, what it is, they get a bunch of people to volunteer, right?
Oh, okay.
And they have like these little thrift stores around different places, like almost like a pawn shop, but not more or less. People donate items and they resell it. But they get a bunch of people together to build a house over the course of like a weekend or whatever. I don't know maybe a week, whatever the time period is. And they also go in and they renovate houses in a very short period of time. But they'll get like 40 people together who may not even know, like, may have no skills at all, but essentially teach them on the job training, and they put these houses together. And that's, again, that's an amazing thing. It's all volunteer work for the most part. I think the materials are donated and everything else like that too. But so a church could essentially do what they're doing in the Black community. But I think the issue is they don't have the will, or they don't have the imagination to put those sort of programs together and put them in place like that. But it would be a great thing. I think the Black church could be monumental and fundamental to, a focus, like we're talking about Delaware. It doesn't really matter which state we're talking about, as long as it has a focused effort. I think in a very focused effort, the Black church could play a pivotal role, as long as they got pressure, people constantly talking with them, networking with the membership, and trying to keep them focused on a mission like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, now what they do here in the Philippines, right? I have rental property here in the Philippines. Uh, the only problem with rental property here is that they have rent control here, and so it's kind of hard to really make money in in rental property. I mean, the only way you can make money, you have to rent your property out to foreigners. That's the only time you don't have to worry about rent control. However, if you rent to local people, then you have to charge them the local price. That's the only thing I don't like about rental property in the Philippines.
I think I saw a post. I know New York is known for that, like rent control rates and all of that. And I think I saw a post that was saying something to the effect that there was like a time limit on it, and a lot of them were set to expire. And then when they go to renew them, the rate, the price goes up. So it essentially pushes the tenant out. We had a lady, I can't remember her name. She was in New York, and she pushed back hard against apartment. Like, because she's spent her whole life living in an apartment building. She was totally against it. But I had a long conversation with her, and she was saying how they can, like, the landlord can raise the rent on the tenant outside of whatever this regulated rent or rent control thing is, and that is a tactic that they use to try to push people out up there. I don't know if there's other parts of the country that are set up as much as New York City with the rent controlled situation like that.
Yeah, maybe Chicago. I mean, some of the bigger cities. But yeah, that's only. New York is really the only place I heard of a rent control in the USA.
Yeah, so you're the country's setting up because they had that what was it, a moratorium on rent because of the pandemic, and evictions were stopped. And then they said there'd be a bunch of evictions when that expired, which I think that wasn't too long ago, maybe 6 months ago or whatever. So maybe we'll start to see this flooding of people being evicted or whatever the case may be. And then, where's the infrastructure to catch those people, to the safety net, to keep them out of the streets, keep them from being homeless. And then I say that when I'm riding around the city and all I'm seeing is, when I say thousands, I'm talking about thousands of units of new construction, and it just seems like impossible for them to fill that many units up. And again, because it seems like there's been this slow growth of these newly constructed apartment buildings, homes, all these home community plans all over the place. And it's just like, where are all these people coming from? Like, where are all these people? Like, it's hard for me to understand it.
Yeah, it's funny. To be honest, I expected a housing crash in 2022. With these moratoriums and the mortgage, the rental moratorium, I was thinking that the United States will have a housing crash in 2022. It hasn't happened yet, but I'm surprised to hear from you that these companies are building new housing project, new apartments, building residential property. I find that very interesting. I mean, right now I would be totally out of the housing market right now. I would not invest in housing or rental property. I'll just wait until the market crash. It probably would never crash, but right now I will stay out of the housing market right now.
So you saying that the thing that I've heard and on news reports is that there's a lot of this foreign investment into housing properties. There were all these hedge funds investing heavy into the real estate market, and so you expecting a crash probably means that they are artificially holding up the housing market. But I do remember, and it was a few weeks ago where um, I think they said something like they believe, and this was an estimate, that they need to build like 5 or 6 million new homes in the country. So, um, man, I'll try to find that report. Sometimes it's hard to find them if I don't actually put the words in. But I
Right.
do remember a report like that, because I know Zillow was big into buying properties and then artificially inflating the neighborhood and trying to profit like that, like a basically a fraudulent scheme to boost the values and then profit later. But I have heard that there's all like foreign investment, and because it's one of the safer investments where the money still grows better than whatever interest rates they can get, that there may be a bubble, and it may be because of that.
Right. Look,
Yeah.
another thing about America, right? America is one of the few countries in the world where foreigners can invest in residential property. Look, a foreigner cannot come to the Philippines and buy up land and property. A foreigner can't go to China or Japan or at least matter of fact, I can tell you it's only maybe 4 or 5 or 10 countries in the whole world where people can go, where foreigners can go to that country and buy property and land. There are very few countries, very few. Canada is one of them. Australia, United States, maybe a few European countries, but most countries you just can't. Just like Mexico, you just can't go to Mexico and buy land. There are certain areas in Mexico where they what's that word? They allocate a certain amount of land where foreigners can buy in Mexico. Those are the only places where foreigners can buy land in Mexico, and the property and the land cost is like 3 to 4 times higher than the local land prices.
Let me ask you this, because you said you did land in some African countries. Like when I looked at Ghana, I did a very short look at it, but because they had that year of return, and they were talking about you come here, you buy land or whatever, and then what I was hearing was it was hard to get the dual citizenship, very very hard,
Yeah.
and that it was also kind of hard to actually own the land or own a business over there. Like, what do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Look, okay, a new president can come into power and have all these new policies. Let foreigners come in and buy land and all these things, right? But then when a new president comes into power, he can change that policy. And guess what? Foreigners that have bought the land, they'll be forced to sell their land. Look, I don't trust any African country to buy land. I don't trust any. Only country is maybe South Africa, because South Africa, their system more. They have a Western system when it comes to owning land. That's the only country where in Africa where I would buy land and property. I would not buy property in Nigeria. I would not buy land or property in Ghana or Ivory Coast because I heard horror stories. You know, a lot of places in Africa. they don't have the proper title. What's that word I'm looking for? You know how like in America, right? When you buy property, you guarantee that you can go to the what's those people? Man, I'm sorry, I can't think. You can go to these people and say, okay, yeah, this land has a title. You know, this is the government. You know, this is the title to this land, and okay, and then you buy the land, and then you have a title. But the thing is, in a lot of African countries and some Asian countries as well, that title can be fraudulent, and you can lose all your money. So it's very scary to buy property in Africa.
Man, that's crazy. That is
it's a it's a lot of corruption, right? And so you have the government official, they can uh, they can make titles to land and make it look official, but then you realize that that was it was a fraudulent title to that land, that the land belonged to someone else, or the land belonged to a cooperative, or a community, community, what do they call those people, in some parts of Africa, they have a village of people that own this land, right? So the land can't be owned can't be owned by individual. It has to be owned by a village trust, or whatever they call it. And a lot of times there'll be a person that will try to sell that land, and but the thing is, once you give them the money, you lose all your money. It just believe me, man. Being a American, if you go to Africa, they're gonna say, hey, yeah, you can buy this land, buy that property. Believe me, you're gonna lose all your money. They're gonna take all your money. Even starting a business in Africa is very difficult as well. This is my experience back in the 90s, up to about maybe 2001 and 2. It might be different now, maybe this is 2022, but I'm going on things that I seen and heard 15 and 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, I caught an echo of that because I watched a few YouTube, expatriates in some African countries, and I caught like whispers of what you're saying, And matter of fact, they were warning, in their video, they're saying, look, this way, that way, with the property, with the home ownership, how the government can come in and take it, and things of that nature, and the way they sort of painted it was, you're on their land, you're in their country, you got to understand how they do things, and you got to respect, the way that they do things. But there was some warnings there. The land, the family, like the heirs property, it sounds like the opposite of that, because here in I guess South Carolina specifically, they have situations where all these generations of people own the land. But here, it's the corruption goes the other way, because if one of those family members signs off on it, they can essentially sell everything out from under the other, relatives who own the property. From what I understand, that's what's been going on a lot down there in South Carolina. So, that's interesting, because they didn't have, like you're talking about, titles and deeds. I think that's the big problem, is back then they didn't have those documents. And so it's just kind of been like an understood ownership of the land. And then once someone, I want to get some money out of it, it kind of destroys everything. But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and look, and also most people in Africa, they don't pay property taxes. They don't have property taxes. So a lot of land is not titled.
So how are the local governments operating if they don't have a tax base like that?
Look, because it's the same problem in the Philippines. Look, okay, most property taxes, where does it go? It goes to public schools and maybe building roads, but I think most of it go to public schools. Africa and a lot of Southeast Asian countries, they have terrible public schools because the property taxes are either so low or people don't pay property taxes that they can't really support any public schools. So that's why in the Philippines, the average, what they say, the average the government pays like $100 per student. That's the average cost of a student per year is $100 per student. Where in Mississippi, which is the lowest, it's like $13,000 per student.
So it's coming from the federal, I guess their version of the federal government, not from like local municipalities or whatever.
The Philippines now a federal system. So what they do is all the money from the local government has to be paid to the federal government. Then it comes back to the local. Where in the United States, the property taxes stays in the state or stay in the county, and then they can take the money from the county. So yeah, it's a totally different system in the Philippines.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, like good example. You have governors, right? We do have governors in the Philippines, but the president, right? If the governor does something the president doesn't like, I don't think the president can kick the governor out of office, but he can do some damage to that governor, and that governor will not be able to govern his province, because they call province here, because the president took a lot of the powers away. That's why the president can take all the powers of that governor away until the next election. That's what they do in the Philippines.
So are these governors elected, or are they appointed?
They are elected. However, that's why the president can't kick the governor out of office. However, he can take their money away. Like if this governor needs to build roads, right? If the president doesn't like that governor, he's gonna take that money away and say, look, we're not going to give you money to build roads. We're not going to give you money to build hospitals. We're not going to give you money to build schools. We're not going to give you anything. So that cripples that governor. So when the next election comes, of course, people want to kick that person out because that governor has no power.
So that's, wow, man, compared to the U.S. system, which, I mean, there's a lot of people who I go back and forth a little bit with them about. They're like, oh, we gotta tear it all down, and it's a lot. We gotta tear it all down. We gotta get rid of white supremacy and everything like that. But it's like, and as you're saying, compared to other systems, you do have the Constitution, you do have that protection, and while you have to go to court to fight it out, you ultimately should be victorious because you have laws in place
Hey, Gray, that's what I'm saying, Gray. America, United States has the best government system, political system, court system in the world. That's what I'm trying to say. That look, I travel a lot. I live in the Philippines. I made my decision to live in another country, right? What they say, you make your bed, you got to sleep in it. So I did that, right? But uh, but to be honest, man, yes, American system is the best in the world. The only problem is you have individual people in government that can hurt a lot of people. So, so when people say, white supremacy and all that stuff, it is the system, but I think it's more, but I think it's, you got individuals like, you got individual in places like the guy that approves liquor license, right? If that guy said, "Look, I'm a white supremacist, right? I'm not gonna give black people no. I'm not gonna approve no liquor license for black people that that put in application." That person. It seemed like it's the whole system, but it's just one person that's stopping black people from getting the liquor license. And that type of scenario, you can put that in any government agency, state or federal.
Yeah, but you can also take that. You can file court papers. You can sue.
Yeah, but most people don't. Most people don't.
Yeah, most people don't. Sometimes that is part of the problem, is or inaction. Kind of, I don't want to blame us for situations that they create. Systems get set up, but sometimes due to our lack of action, they end up getting away with things that they wouldn't get away with if we did pursue it, follow through and hold their feet to the fire.
Right. Like good example, like Gray, look, like, you can say, okay, we always had the right to vote, right? But what they did, right? They harassed black people. You got the KKK, the red shirt. You had all those people intimidating black people from voting, keeping them from voting. But really, black people always had the right to vote. And then once they knew, like, wow, wow, these people are really easy to control. Then they started, passing laws. Once you give them the what's that word? Once you make it easy for them, right? Now they feel like they can do anything. And that's what happened in the 1890s, 1900. By the 1900, we didn't have any a black person in Congress or in the Senate anymore. After, I think the last black person we had in the Congress was I think 1890s, 1896, 1898, and then we didn't have another black person in Congress until Clayton Powell. I think that's in the 1940s, 1950s. So for 50, 60 years, we didn't have any black person in Congress. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, you mentioning that. So I found two different, articles online, and one was like some Civil War thing, and then another one's another one. But essentially, they were stating that the one said 1,500, that there were 1,500 elected black officials in the country during Reconstruction. The other one said 2,000. So even if we split the difference and say there was 1,750 black elected officials from the Senate on down during that time, that's an amazing amount, considering we were a tenth of our population. Like, quite literally, it was a tenth of us. I think it was like 4.5 million coming out of the Civil War. So that is monumental at that time period compared to today.
Right.
I think the numbers that they say are abysmal in terms of our representation in government.
Now, look at this. I wish I'm gonna try to find information. What was the how many black officials or elected officials were in government from let's say 1905 to 1940? I would like to know that information and contrast that from what you just said, because that'd be very interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, of course, Black Code, Jim Crow laws, everything that they had set up against us. It's very unlikely that there were people in government in the South. And I mean, the North is just as bad. It's a natural thing to try to make it seem like the South is worse than the North. The South is just out and open with it. The North is so much worse because it's subtle, it's hidden, but there's just no opportunities. Like, there is no ladder. At least in the South, there were seemingly black organizations and institutions that would lead to somewhere. Versus up here where there was just nothing. I mean, there's just nothing up here. As far as I can tell, there's just nothing. So blood, sweat, and tears. I'm using that hashtag because that's what it's going to take as we're having this conversation. We're talking about action. Is going to take our blood, or sweat, and or tears in order to turn everything around. We have to have control over our environment, and that starts at the city level, township level. Mary Black Parent talks about, PTA level, whatever the lowest level elected position it can be. We start there, and then we move our way up the chain to the city, to the towns, to the county, and ultimately to the state, so that we can control our political environment, and we can set ourselves up today and our future generations up tomorrow, so that they are living in an environment where everything revolves around Black American culture, and not the culture that's talked about in rap music, because as far as I can tell, that's demonic culture. But true, authentic Black American culture, hardworking people who simply just want to have a fair and equitable opportunity to exist and thrive and feel protected in the society. So that's where protection ultimately comes from. Prosperity comes from, empowerment comes from, is us coming together, moving, migrating, establishing these Black majority cities, towns, counties, and ultimately a Black majority state. In some back channels, some DMs with Mary Black Parent, he wanted to talk about voting a little bit more. So if he pops into the room, we'll talk about it. I just want to say this. So in that state, there are essentially 500,000 white and Asian voters. And as far as I can tell, that's our opposition. There's a certain number of Hispanics. They're kind of irrelevant, because the reality is Hispanics vote like 50% of the time. Half of them don't vote. The other half, who knows what they're doing. So I'm not even going to worry about them. But the Asians and the whites, they tend to vote at like 70, 80% levels. And if they're motivated, it could go beyond that. So knowing that they have 500,000, one would logically think we would need to have 600,000 to be above them, over and above them. And on paper, that makes sense. But here's the reality of the way voting works. One, you never get 100% of the population unless they're highly, highly, highly motivated. I don't think there's ever been an election where 100% of the voters showed up. Like I said, 80%, high 70s, maybe. But 100% is unlikely. The other reality is that those white and Asian voters are likely to be split between the Democrat and the Republican Party. So if there's 500,000 across the country, white people vote Republican in a majority fashion, and it's usually like 60% plus Republican side, and then 40% on the Democrat side. So if they stay true to their historical voting patterns, 60% would be 300,000, and then the 40% would be 200,000. Us being a Black independent party, moving 300,000 people in and getting the majority of the current residents, which are just under 150, that would give us right about 450. And a 450 to 300 is a victory. A 450 to 200 is a victory. We essentially split their vote in half because they're going to vote for their party line. That's what we're pretty much depending on. And so because they are politically, ideologically locked into the Democrat Party or the Republican Party, whatever the case may be, we will have victory with that 300,000 new voters. And that's really 2-1. So it's like two of us moving into the city trying to convince one Black resident to vote with us. We should be able to do that because, again, we'll be moving up the chain of political power, gaining victories on the lowest level possible, and then moving and working our way up. And again, we'll become this local story. It'll become a countywide and statewide and regional. So everybody will be aware and they'll understand what's happening. And so I believe we will be victorious with 300,000. It certainly doesn't hurt to have more than that because that's just the upper two counties. And we really need another 200,000 to take over that southern county, which has, thanks to the one guy that came in, I think his name was Charles, which they actually have an HBCU campus in that southern county. I wasn't aware of that. I'm glad he pointed that out. And so to get everything that we want, I believe we can get it at 300,000 new voters. I think it's going to be nearly impossible for them to switch parties and try to form some alliance to keep us at bay. If they did, we would already have controlled a few, like at least one county, possibly the other county. We would have a lot of state representation at that point. We might be able to get a federal senator in place, at least one. So we're going to have significant power at the point where they may try to wake up and say, oh, in order to save the governorship, we all got to vote one way. But we'll still have people moving in. We'll still be, like I said, that third county. We'll still be trying to get people to move into that county to take over. And so it's like a ticking time bomb for them. And for us, it's just a matter of patiently, professionally moving our way up the chain so that we get to the point of victory in that state. And then again, this is a 3-county state. The math is much more simple in this particular state, but the next state, like Mississippi, South Carolina, whatever it is, it becomes a lot more complicated because there's more counties, there's more people. But this is the model, and I know it's going to work. We just got to get the people to move. That's just the bottom line of it. Without doing much more than moving and voting. I mean, those are the two very, very simple things that we have to do. And then everything else kind of falls into place. If we look at Brother Marcel, which I did put his, I put something in the Jumbotron because they had a really good Twitter space. All 3 of those reparation candidates were there. And then I put out a donate now challenge of $500 trying to see if 5,000 people who are proactive, Black on, Black strong, Black fist in the air, reparationist, $500. It's deep. It's a lot. It hurts. However, 5,000 people doing that gives him 2.5 million in the campaign, where the third highest ranking Democrat who is about to throw a fish fry, has somewhere north of $1 million. That would give Marcel double what that particular candidate has. And yes, $500 is a deep, deep amount. However, they only got, from what I understand, just a few more months left, maybe even weeks. And he needs that type of support in order to get over the top, in order to get this win. I looked into South Carolina law and Delaware law. So we have something called sore loser laws, and they're on the books in every state except, I think, 2. And essentially says, if you run for an office in the state, you cannot then become like if you run under a party, which that's part of the issue. He was running under the Democrat banner, and so you cannot, after you lose a primary, come back in the general election. So you kind of cancel yourself out of the general election in that state. And and like I said, almost every state has that on the books. And that's,
that's interesting. So you're saying it'd be better for Marcel to run as an independent?
It would have been better from the beginning. Myself, I think some other people in the very beginning were really, really trying to stress that to him. And he had a really good argument as to why he went Democrat. I understand his reasoning, and simply because Black people vote Democrat. I mean, that's what it boils down to. Correct. They won't vote for you if they don't see the Democrat next to your name. That's unfortunate. But the Democrat Party has set it up in all of these states so that if you lose in the primary, you lose. You're done. You're gone. You can't come back in a general election. You can't even be a write-in in some of these states, and even if you did write in, the votes are not counted. So it's really problematic. But again, they set up a monopoly. It's a political monopoly, duopoly, if you will, between these two parties. I believe they work together. We see they work together. They talk about crossing the aisle all the time. I mean, they're working together. They're not enemies. The country's headed in the same direction no matter who's in control. So it's theater. It's political theater. It sucks. On that federal level for sure, but on the state level, we got to get this majority. We got to make it happen for our future generations. It really ain't even about us necessarily. I want to live long enough to see it happen. I believe it's going to happen in my lifetime, and I believe it's going to happen relatively quickly once I get on the ground and I'm really advocating and I can get and talk to people. But it's really for the next generation to take that torch and set them up so that they can hold this power perpetually. And they can just keep transferring the power, and they understand, immigration and these diaspora immigrants and how they infiltrate into our spaces with nefarious purposes. And so that they are just aware of all of the things that are against us, essentially Native Black Americans versus everybody else. And they need to understand that. And that kind of has to be built into the curriculum and just the society as a whole so that we all really, really understand what's going on.
Oh, you mentioned about Clyburn. Actually, I think he has a war chest of $2.5 million. So he has a bit of money.
Yeah, that's a different number. I think in the space I was in a couple of days ago, I think they thought it was like 1.6 or something like that. They said, who's the other? Oh, Warnock has like over $20 million in Georgia. So that's a ridiculous amount of money for for that particular seat. But yeah, that's a massive mountain to climb.
And guess who Clyburn getting a lot of his money from? He gets his money from pharmaceutical.
A lot of them are like that. Big farm controls a lot of them. Big oil. I mean, that's where the money's at. You know, that's where the money.
So what I noticed, if you black, Mexican, white, whatever, once you are an established political individual, and they trust you, and they know exactly how you're going to vote, right? You can get money from anybody, from any company, from anybody, you know.
Yeah,
once they know that, hey, you know, we can trust Clyburn. Yeah, we can trust him. Yeah, we can, you know. I think Clyburn, he's in that what's that word? He's in that club, man. He's in that club.
Yeah, Miss Tamara Shealy, who's running in Georgia, running against Warnock, she talked about they have something when you get to Congress called I think she called it a call-in or a check-in. And essentially what it is you sit down and these corporations come up to you and they write checks. Yep. And so you spend your time campaigning, like as soon as you get there, and this is like, I don't know if it's a weekly thing, monthly thing, whatever it is, lobbyists are coming up to you and they're, you know how the lobby system works. They hand you legislation. They just want you to sign off on it. You might, you know, most of them don't even read the legislation. They just literally sign off on it. And so, yeah, that's the way it is. It's definitely about money on the federal level. Mm-hmm. However, on the state level, it's especially in a very small state like Delaware versus Georgia. In Georgia, I think you're going to run into a lot of issues because there's like 150 counties and there's all these different interests that are involved in Georgia. You see, if this one particular candidate has 20 million, he's a new senator versus Clyburn, who's been there for 30 years and he's only got 2 million. You see the difference. And in a smaller state like this, I think it's more localized. It's more people and interpersonal relationships and networking and you know, just like grassroots politics that you can overcome outside money. Like, you know, in that state versus Georgia, where it's to me, it's just a monster of a state, and there's just a lot of things to be desired in that state in order for a black majority to take over. That's why for me it's last on my list, but it's just you kind of got to, you know, look at the way these things operate and do a comparison and contrast and you know, for me, this political education has just been growing over the past couple of years because I listen to talk radio. I've been a truck driver 20 years. I'm riding down the road. Sometimes that's the only thing on the radio. It's either country music, church, or, you know, right-wing talk radio. And then every once in a while I get into a major black city and there would be some black talk radio, which I love that. I wish we had in this city. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just learning and I'm growing and I'm seeing what's happening, and it's money, but you can overcome the money in a very small state like Delaware. Maybe not in Georgia, but in Delaware you can overcome it.
Look, Gray, on the state level, the political party is probably more important than is more important than the state legislature. Like whoever controls the state, if the Republican Party has a veto-proof majority of the state of the state of Georgia, most of the corporate money would go to that Republican Party. Now, 4 years later, if the Democrat Party is able to take a veto-proof majority of the state of Georgia, then that all the corporate money would go to that Democrat Party. Like I said, the corporate money, they do not care who control it, but if you control it, you're going to get the money because they're going to make sure that you pass laws that will benefit that corporation. That's the only thing they worry about.
That's the same thing that central bankers have said, is that they don't care who controls these countries, even as long as they're using their their banks.
Right.
And I get that. I get that. That's how they think. That's how they operate. And we know they take people off the planet. I mean, let's be very, very realistic about the situation that we're in. You can be what's the word? You can be only so rebellious. Let's put it that way. Unless, and goes back to the conversations I have with people who say we got to tear down the whole system. Well, the only way to effectively tear down an entire system is to remove the people who uphold that system off the planet. If they are still in existence on the planet, it can always be regenerated. That's just facts, right? So the same thing goes with these. What do they call them? Bumper. In bowling, there's something, these little bumper things or whatever on the sides, but it keeps you in your lane, right? And essentially, what happens is there's these people who live in the Middle East who practice a certain religion, who we all know who they are, and everybody says they control the whole planet, or they control this, they control that. Well, if they control it, they control it. Why would you cross that line, in a sense, to where you know what the outcome is going to be? Like, I think in some things you got to think strategically. You got to be smart enough to know and understand there actually are some real red lines that you cannot cross as an individual. It's just the reality of the situation. So you got to respect the rules. It's like when I had an extortion attempt by these two biker gangs, factions, and they're legitimate, they're killers, they're ruthless, there's no question about their authenticity, and they're connected. Like the white gang is absolutely connected to mafia organizations. So when they came at me, and they came at the little business I had, it was just a reality situation. Is this bar, is this worth your life? Yes or no? Because I could sit here and try to fight a war from a standing position in a bar that they could burn down the second I leave, or burn it down while I'm in it, or I could just walk away from it. I made the decision to just walk away from it, to be perfectly honest. And then here's the reality of that situation. A few years later, the guy who was at the center of it, he caught 6 in the chest in broad daylight. Obviously, I'm driving the truck. I have no awareness of whatever's going on. But he was like one of those people who just always had a dark cloud following him everywhere he went. He was always in the trouble, always causing trouble. He was actually the cause of my trouble. And then I can only assume that these particular individuals finally figured it out and said, enough of this dude. Like, enough of this dude. And so we gotta just understand, yes, we can't create our own money, because they've killed, like, how many presidents because they tried to take the money off the gold standard, or whatever the case may be. Like, there's just things we just gotta survive, essentially, politically, and understand what's going on geopolitically, because there's all, like, when we take over this state, it's a geopolitical nightmare for these groups that want to keep Black Americans down. So there's things that are going to come with that. We're a part of the United States. We're American citizens. That American citizenship has value globally. It just has value. So we need that. We want to keep that until something better may come along. But I don't know what that better thing is going to be. Like I said, unless you eradicate the Asians and the Europeans off the planet, because when one is gone, the other one's swooping in. As soon as they understand that these people are no longer here, the other one swoop. That's just the way it works. that's like, playground politics if you understand how that goes. So yeah, I mean, we just gotta think smart and be smart and live smart and get greater protection and prosperity for our people and be professional and everything else I believe will take care of itself.
I see one difference between the Europeans and the Asians. The Europeans, of course, you said this before. Everybody should know this, that white people are willing to live among either a minority of black people, a 50% of black people, or a majority of black people. As long as they have control, economic control, they will live among any population of black people, minority or majority. They don't care. Now Asians, I don't think they want to live in a or control. Maybe they'll control the economy, but they probably don't want to be. They don't want to have political control of a space where they are a minority. That's just my opinion. Because I've seen it in a few places like Indonesia. No, in Southeast Asia, the Chinese people they have economic power in the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore. Uh, they have economic control of a lot of countries, but it's just economic control. They really don't have political control. But of course, through economics, you can have political power through economics.
Well, that reminds me of the story I posted in the Solomon Islands, which is a part of Melanesia, and that's where that whole Melamerican term came from that I documented in my book. But this Melanesian Solomon Island group, they signed what they're calling a security agreement with China just recently, and then all these the Australians and Americans and Europeans, they're all sending, embassies there or whatever they call ambassadors to try to negotiate, to try to pull them back off of this agreement. And I'm seeing like the first thing, because ironically, back to that biker story. So what happens is the black biker dude is like, and he's the president of this club. He's like, obviously you need security, so give me a call because you need security, right? This is how extortion rackets operate. They tell you need security, and then they insert themselves into your business, your country through a security agreement, and then essentially they start taking over. That's the game, right? So this is what they're doing to this small island group, and whatever they made the decision, they're going with the Chinese. The Chinese, they're right in their back door. They got all this military might. They got this huge economy. The U.S. is trying to control the whole world from the Western Hemisphere, and that's how empires end up crumbling, ultimately because they try to take on too much. I mean, that's how all those empires crumble. They're just too big, and you can't control the fringes of the empire. So, yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, here these so-called security agreements that are essentially extortion. Extortion agreements, the way I see them. Yeah, those Solomon Islands, those are very dark-skinned people. They kind of look like people from India, like the darker-skinned people from India. And
I've been to that area. I've been to Fiji, Nura, and Vanuatu. That's in that area. Yeah, they're Melanesians, but many of them are mixed Polynesian and Melanesian. Some are mixed, not really Chinese, but Asian and Melanesian. Yeah, so they do have a lot of mixture there. And then you go to. Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was saying also you got Papua New Guinea. those are Melanesian people. They're really short, but they're very strong people. The Fijians, they're probably the biggest Melanesian. They really, they're really big and strong. They're really good in rugby, football. But yeah, but actually, Fiji has a large Indian population. But yeah, so the Indian population is growing in the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu and Nura. Um, yeah, it's a lot of things happening there. Yeah.
Yeah, now the Rock. What are those? What are they like? If you know the Rock, he's half. It's not Hawaiian.
Hey, I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? It's the Rock.
Hold on, let me turn my mic off. Hold on.
Okay, let's try. Can you hear me now? You could put up like a heart or clap hands or whatever symbols you got under that heart if you can hear me. If you can't, then just let me know. But let me make you a co-host too before this room collapses. Yeah, the Rock, the Samoans. That's what I was thinking of, Samoans. And then, so you were talking about all these different Melanesian peoples that got this dark skin. So I had a conversation with someone about America, the Western Hemisphere, and it turns out that the pre-Clovis, which is before the Native Americans, before the Asians who came out of Siberia came into the Americas, they have found overwhelming evidence, bones and DNA and everything else to prove that there was this Melanesian, Australian, Asian people groups that came into the Western Hemisphere, the Americas, and they believe it was by boat, not by that ice land crossing or whatever that was up there in the Alaska area. So, and they've actually known about this for a while now. It's like there's all this information that's out there. Of course, you got to get into it. You got to go down these deep rabbit holes to get to it and understand and figure it out. But I finally was able to find multiple articles that does document the fact that there was these dark-skinned human beings that made it into the Americas prior to the so-called Native Americans. So that was an interesting thing that I found this week. And then, just so everybody knows, I said it at the top. I'm going to repeat it a couple times. There was a YouTube channel that was basically screenshot recording a bunch of these Twitter spaces, and they had them all on this Diaspora Warlord channel. And it was just spaces from different FBA, ADOS, Security Tribe, a couple of individuals who are in the reparationist movement. It seemed to be focused around reparations and Black American political spaces specifically. And so I was alerted to it, and I did search, and I ended up finding the channel just by putting my name in there, the Great King Black State. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? So I put a comment in saying, hey, man, you got to reach out to somebody. Didn't get a response, and I'm just like, what is going on? And then I started, posting screenshots of the channel to other people, and then I was actually adding people who were listed on this particular channel, just so hey, everybody. Some people didn't mind. Other people had a real problem with it. I wouldn't have had a problem with it if there was like some permission was asked or granted, or there was a conversation about it and what the purpose of it was. But it just seems like it was just a massive unauthorized use of content a grift, if you will, and the person had, by one estimation, had gotten like 1,000 followers in a very short period of time because of taking this content. And what I know about YouTube is at 1,000 members, you can monetize the channel. You need there's like three different things you need. One is 1,000 members and then or subscribers. And then the other one is you need 4,000 hours of viewer content. So the content that he was putting, he was just posting, like literally probably posting 2 or 3 a day, and was generating, and these are like 3 or 4 hour talks. Most of our talks go like 4 or 5 hours. So you got this massive amount of content. And if you start getting viewership, even if the intention wasn't to monetize, because that was like the disclaimer that they put up there, but even if they didn't want to monetize it with this particular content, because they were able to quickly get to 1,000 subscribers, quickly get to 4,000 hours of viewership, they could completely turn the channel into whatever their initial purposes were, because they already are at the monetization point, so it's like a quick scammy way to get to monetization very, very fast. And so, I'm like, so I don't know how, somehow, some way they got word that we weren't happy, which means they're probably a follower or whatever of the page at least. And so they realized that people weren't happy about it. And then they started taking the content down, which is great, which is good. If you see any content like that, please let us know. But we do have a Black State of America YouTube channel, and it's Black State, one word, and of America is the second word. And I posted a few videos a few months ago. And so what I was able to do last night, I was able to essentially duplicate that screenshot recording of, there's now only 3 spaces. This will be the 4th, because I didn't realize they were deleting these spaces. So they delete them after 30 days. And I didn't realize that was the case. So essentially every recording we did before 2-3 weeks ago, they're gone. And it's unfortunate, because when I go back and look at it, you see that people are actually, and this is a good thing, this is a blessing, people are going back and listening to the recordings. And sometimes it's more people that are listening to the recordings than actually are in the spaces. So we're gonna have these recordings inside of our YouTube channel, and again, it's Black State of America. And just so we could have like a sort of a permanent record, so that the information isn't just disappearing after 30 days. That's actually kind of crazy. If there was a way I could have paid, $10 a month or whatever to keep the information up longer, I certainly would have did that, because that was the whole point of recording them. But it will be there. It will be available. If you're not a part of our Black State Migration community, please join that as well. I think we're up to 30 members now, which is good. I try to put unique information in there that's really specific to Delaware, and just the mechanics of, trying to essentially politically take over a state and county and cities and everything else. So there's some real specific information and some specific conversations that go on inside that community that we have. So I'm gonna try to bring that up every chance I get, as we hold these spaces. So
great. You're saying that the spaces, they automatically disappear after 30 days?
Yes, sir. I was unaware of that, but that is the fact. That is the case. Yeah, they do just automatically delete them, and it's probably a storage issue. And like I said, because now I see on the one app, I can see like it's four circles, and you click on that, and you see all these. I mean, there's literally any time of the day, there could be, 100 spaces going on, or maybe even be more. that are going on all the time, all day, even into the middle of the night. So I'm assuming they're doing it for space, because that would be a lot of, data but at the same time, it would have been nice if they would have said, hey, if you pay whatever, $9.99 a month, this will stay for a year or whatever, that type of thing, because it would have been something that I would have just paid, no problem, just to keep it up, But again, I did a practice run last night, and because these spaces are like 4 hours, 5 hours, I had to record it and go to sleep, so it's recording while I'm sleeping. And I haven't had a chance to upload the first one. I did like a short version practice run, kept it private just so I could make sure it's going to work. And hopefully a 4-hour video will work. I don't know how long that's going to take. It might take an hour for that to upload to YouTube, but I'm going to get the first one up. I recorded the second one, but the phone, so I'm using a mobile hotspot on my phone, and I know I got like a couple of calls, so I've got to go back and listen and see if the phone ringing is like distractive to the space, because I might have to go back and re-record that whole entire space, which sucks. But that's the only drawback to not doing it live. Like, the way I envisioned it was I would just record the space here, and then I would have either another phone or my laptop, and I would record to YouTube live at the same time, and then it all just would happen seamlessly. And maybe, hopefully, I can do that in the future. But that's just it's like I gotta educate myself on a whole nother program, and I gotta go through and practice with it and get good enough to where I feel like I can pull it off. But I know I can do it where I just record it for 4 or 5 hours, and then I can trim it, and then I can upload it. So that's kind of the way I'm gonna do it for the next couple, and see how that goes. But essentially, what it is just it's this screen. If you're watching it on the app, and then because on my laptop, for some reason, there's 3 screens. There's like a menu area. There's my actual either my timeline or my search line. And then there's this, the spaces in this small little corner. So I essentially cropped it to where you could see the timeline, or the search line rather, and you could see the spaces. And I think it's only the people who talk, who become speakers, who actually show up, and then they have the closed captioning, where you can see the words come up at the bottom of that little box. So that's essentially what it's going to be. I'm just going to upload them. I'll try to repost them on my timeline so people can check them out or whatever, and go from there. But it would have been nice to have some of them other ones, just because I kind of could have gone back and listened to them to see if there's some things that I want to, refresh or talk about or update or whatever, but it's cool. We're vibing. We're moving forward. I saw Mary Black Parents pop into the room. He must have popped back out. Must be busy a little bit, but he's been in our Black majority state migration movement community. He's been posting and dropping some jewels in there, and I kind of encouraged him to do a space throughout the week. So he's thinking about trying to do that, trying to figure out, he said it won't be the same time every time, but he'll try to pop up and do some spaces. So I just told him, let me know so I can, try to jump in there. And even though during the week I'm at work, I can still listen. I might be able to participate as much, but I can definitely listen. So, but yeah, YouTube is where they will be. And anybody who wants to check that out can check them out. So there was a woman in our spaces a few weeks ago, I think her name is Miss Sinclair, and she has a logistics company where she's trying to partner
black farmers with black truck drivers to deliver to black-owned grocery stores, is I believe how her business is set up. And so she was, because I'm a truck driver, she was asking if I have trucks and I can help her out a little bit. And I'm a company driver. I don't own my truck. When I did own my truck, when I first got into it, the price of diesel went from $1 to like $1.50. And that rise in the price was enough to like destroy my profit, like totally destroy my profit. And ultimately, made me decide to come off the road with that little truck that I had. Today, the price of diesel has almost doubled in less than a year. So I can imagine the heartbreak and the loss that a lot of independent truckers are going through right now has got to be pretty devastating to the industry. But there is this black trucker company in Cleveland. They were getting some press because they were looking to hire drivers with criminal records. And this is the second time I've seen this. There was a guy, I believe he's in Texas. I know he's in the South, but he was the first one I see to go viral with that, where there's like a viral video, and it looks like they're in a break room or like a training room, and there's got to be a dozen black men in that room, and he goes around the room and he's just asking them, how much time did you do? How much time were you in? And it's like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and but they're all driving, they're all working for him as truck drivers, which is an amazing thing. And so this Cleveland company, they had on their website that they're contracted with like Lowe's, Home Depot, some other big corporate contracts that they were able to get. So that's a beautiful thing, in Delaware, because we're on I-95. Trucking is really a business that we should absolutely get into, if not already into it, because you can run the whole Eastern Seaboard, as they say, up and down I-95. And there's just so many trucking lanes that come out of that area. I mean, you could head to the west through Philly or Baltimore, or even further down south. I used to drive from north central Pennsylvania all the way to Texas, and then sometimes from New Jersey all the way to Texas. So there's just so much trucking and so many opportunities on that East Coast for that I-95 corridor. So I wanted to mention that because, as we are thinking about education, curriculum, skills trade, trucking is definitely something that needs to be a part of education curriculum, and the ability to contract with Black American trucking companies through the state is definitely something that we absolutely would want to be able to establish, because you need trucks for snow removal, for dirt, for road construction projects, gravel, dirt, salt, and then even for supplies, like office supplies. The prison system is usually a trucking company that's contracted to do prison supplies and things of that nature. There's so many different ways in which trucks operate within a state. Even the fueling of like a police barracks or a school bus. A lot where they have on-site fueling and things of that nature. So it's definitely something we want to do, and we want to support our Black truckers like that. State power. How's the trucking over there on a small island? I thought about moving to Hawaii like a decade ago, and I was looking at some of the trucking jobs there, and interestingly enough, they had positions where you would
drive a truck for half of the day, and then you would get on a boat. And I think I want to say these were like oil, fuel, something like that. But you would actually transfer fuel to a boat, and then you would drive the boat to another island. It sounded pretty interesting. But I always had to make that decision. But I'm curious as to what it looks like on an island. Black American.
Oh yeah, I hear you. Oh, on the islands. Okay, the Philippines has 7,100 islands, right? And what they do is they have these ro-ro boats. Basically, let's say a truck from the main island, the biggest island, Luzon, and that trucking company want to go to a different island. The truck is drives on to a ro-ro boat, which is like a huge boat where it can carry like maybe 15, 20, 30 cars and vehicles. And then the ship is goes to the next island. And then after that, the truck goes off the ship and delivers its goods. Then it goes back onto the ro-ro boat, and then goes back to the main island. And really, you can take a ro-ro boat from the main island on the top all the way to the bottom. You can go to like 10, 20 different islands. And it's really interesting. I actually done that before on my car. I went to about 4 different islands. I drove my car, and I took a ro-ro boat to different islands. It's really interesting. But it's kind of scary because you feel like when the weather gets pretty bad, you feel like the boat's gonna sink and you're gonna lose your car. You're gonna it's kind of scary sometimes.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the southern tip of Delaware, and it may not be the most southern tip, but where that bay, and I guess that's to the Delaware River Basin. I believe I've seen that there is a ferry that'll take you from there over to New Jersey, right? I don't know if it's set up for cars and or trucks, but it just made me think as you're saying that. I'm thinking, man, could we establish a ferry service if there's not one already from that southern tip of Delaware around New Jersey up into the New York Harbor? You see what I'm saying? And if the time would be quicker than traveling by car or whatever.
I think that can probably work.
Yeah, and so
I see how they do it in the Philippines. Yeah.
I think that would just give one more incentive for people to move into that southern county, knowing, if let's say if it's an hour travel from there up to New York, it would just open up all these possibilities for, opportunity in terms of jobs, career, whatever the case may be, vacation, whatever it is. If you had a service set up like
that. Right. Some of these boats, right? You ever been on a cruise ship before?
I never have. I probably never
will. Well, okay. These ro-ro boats, right? Some of them have they have a cabin. You can actually rent a cabin. Let's say if you're going on a trip that's going to take, it's going to take maybe 8, 10 hours or 12 hours. It's overnight. You can actually rent a cabin for a certain amount of money, and usually it might have a bunk beds. You have your own bathroom. You have a television and a little table where you can eat your food and everything. My wife and I, we did that a few times. Going to like islands like Cebu or Mindanao or Palawan. Yeah, a lot of tourist people do it. It's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fun, man. For me, like, it's not claustrophobia. I think it's more or less, those cruises are what three to 7 days, 10 days, whatever. And I'm just like, I think it's more like all I see is these cruise ships where a lot of people get sick. You know, it's either food poisoning or something else. And I'm just like, man, I do not want to put myself in a position to where I'm in that closed environment and then all these people get sick and then I get sick. And so I just, in my mind, I'm like, that's probably not for me.
Right. Look, a lot of Filipinos, they work on these cruise ships. They're like cooks, bartenders, waitresses, whatever job they have. But yeah, they work on these cruise ships, and sometimes they can be out to sea for months and months and months. And maybe they might anchor into to a port city for about 3 to 6 hours, and then after that they go back out to sea. Yeah, I have family members. They work on cruise ships in the Filipino family member. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, man. You gotta love the ocean, because then the other thing that I know I would be very, very terrified of is like a storm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like one of those hurricane, typhoon. I guess over there there's cyclones and typhoons, but yeah, something like that. I guess they gotta plan all that out.
Yeah, yeah. Look, actually, yeah, typhoons. That's being from Virginia, I'm used to hurricanes. Typhoons are sort of like hurricanes. So to me, typhoons are much stronger. Well, a hurricane, they're about the same. But in the Philippines, these typhoons can be disastrous, man. I mean, they can destroy homes and they can destroy whole towns. So yeah, it's scary. Look, a lot of the homes in the Philippines, especially in Manila, they're made of concrete. My house is made of I have steel frame. The house is steel frame, and then the house is concrete. I have no wood in my house. So yeah. So the homes here, especially in the city, are very sturdy. But they're very expensive to make. If you have a concrete home in Virginia with steel frame, I mean that's very, very expensive.
Yeah, now that's because of mold, right? Because I noticed, I looked at U.S. Virgin Islands, because again, that's a place I do want to visit in the wintertime. Right. I'm sick of these winters, so I do want to get away for that. But I've noticed that, yeah, there's a lot of that concrete. I think when Haiti went down, there are earthquakes, you see a lot of these concrete structures. Yeah. So that's because of the mold, right? The wood, it just won't stand up to the seawater or whatever the case is.
Well, because of the wind would just blow the wood away. I mean, your roof is made out of wood frame is just going to blow away. Just okay. like the video I sent you yesterday.
The one with the lady that made the you said she bought her house through YouTube or whatever.
Yeah. She got some local contractor. They built her house, and then 3 to 6 months later, a typhoon came in and blew half of her roof away because it was made out of wood. And she probably had metal sheets of what they call a metal sheet of rooftop. But basically, if you don't have a strong structure, that your whole roof would just blow away. So it has to be made out of metal. I mean, out of steel frame. And my total roof is made out of metal. In concrete. I don't have any wood in my house.
Yeah, so I know in Delaware they have
they have incidents where there sometimes it's flooding, and I think that usually comes from hurricanes. I remember when Atlantic City was flooded because of the hurricane. I think that Delaware River tends to take on water from the tide coming in, or whatever the case may be. So,
Yeah.
so are there homes built on those stilts? I think I remember in South Carolina along the beach there were homes, but those were wooden stilts. So you're saying that wouldn't work?
I seen those, but those are probably maybe 1,000 homes in the Philippines are built like that. But look, a lot of homes, even my home was flooded one time. You would notice, look, in the Philippines, I have never seen people with wall-to-wall carpet. People don't have wall-to-wall carpet here in the Philippines. I have a few area rugs, like in my living room, my dining room, in my family room, but rugs, wall-to-wall rugs, is very rare.
Yeah, and is that a result of the mold though? Because I noticed the same thing. Like, again, every time I look at island properties, there are no rugs.
Yeah, no, the rug. Well, you don't have rugs because it's too hot, and the possibility of flood is very high. Basically, I have ceramic tile on my on the first floor, ceramic tile, and I also got ceramic tile outside. My sidewalk, all my back patio, everything is ceramic tile, and I have wood floors. All my wood floors on the second floor, but everything is ceramic tile. I haven't had mold problems yet. I haven't had that problem yet, but if you get a lot, your home is flooded every month, yeah, you can get mold all over the place. Yeah, but I haven't had that problem yet.
Okay. So there's two stories I want to talk about. There was a woman. I know her name. It started with a P. I want to say it was preacher or pastor or something like that. But at any rate, she was convicted of voter fraud, and I don't know how it was, but she was convicted of voter fraud. But then she has been exonerated of those charges. So that was like a recent news story past couple of days. The other story was that, and I don't know if this is a federal bill, because the feds don't control elections, so you would think it's a state bill. But at any rate, they wanted to propose that you would get fined if you did not vote. So they're talking about a $20 fine for anyone who does not vote. $20 ain't nothing, but the interesting about that is that would not pass a constitutional challenge, simply because the First Amendment says not only is free speech that you have the right to speak, quote unquote, but it also gives you the right not to speak, right? So you can't be compelled to vote and or pay the fine. That's just unconstitutional.
Right. Hey, actually, we talked about that a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I mentioned about is it possible? Do you think that we should, people that don't vote, should we penalize citizens if they don't vote? Of course, more. We said no, but these people are actually going to pass a law. That's pretty interesting. But but this happens in many countries. And but you're right. I think I think it's going to be. I think it is unconstitutional, but I guess that if it goes to the Supreme Court, I guess the Supreme Court has the final say on that.
Yeah, because you're essentially saying, well, again, you're forcing someone to have speech when
their speech is that they don't want to have speech, which again falls into, I mean, I just think, you know, like you have the right to remain silent, right? That's one of the rights of the Miranda rights. So I gotta believe that would easily fail in any type of constitutional litigation or whatever. It's interesting, but yeah, it seems to be. See, I look at it as a Democrat strategy because my understanding is Republicans win when there's low voter turnout, usually, and Democrats win when there's a higher voter turnout for whatever reason, even though, again, white people tend to vote Republican at a much higher percentage, but I guess everybody else that votes Democrat kind of makes up for it. So, State Power, you got your hand up. Go for it.
Hey, thank you. I just want to add to the conversation regarding the time for making citizens vote. I actually worked for the census for the 2020 census, and it's actually illegal. I guess the law. You can actually be fined, I guess, for not filling out the census. I guess the question is, how do you enforce that? Lots of people don't do the census, and so you fine everyone. And so I think the Supreme Court might say the same thing. It's already on the books for the census. I mean, they're essentially mandating that you respond to a government document. And I think that's kind of the same thing as requiring people to vote. So I think it'll just boil down to how do you enforce it in a large country.
Yeah, enforcement is always a problem when it's something, you know, that's one of those large net things, which, you know, anytime you do a dragnet type of prosecution, that's always been considered unconstitutional as well. But I think there's a big difference between a census that happens every 10 years, which is really saying just stand up and be counted, versus a vote, which is like you actually making a decision between not always just two people. I mean, there's usually multiple candidates on the ballot. And you're not even compelled when you go in to vote to even vote for all the other candidates necessarily. So I don't know. I just think it's problematic in so many different ways. Because like, just again, let's think about from a religious point of view. If you say you're an atheist, right? So you don't believe God, you don't go to church, you don't support any religious organizations, you could be apolitical in a sense, right? So I mean, I just see a lane where someone would say, look, I'm not into politics at all. There's so many people that are not. And they would just simply say, you're forcing me to do something that goes against whatever beliefs I have or whatever the case may be. And I don't know. Part of me says, especially with the makeup of the Supreme Court, that they would err on the side of the citizens' right to not vote versus the government compelling them to vote. I don't know if anyone's ever challenged a census fine, because I didn't participate in this last one at all. But, you know, I'm like, I'm a truck driver. I got all this. I do federal fingerprint background checks. I file taxes every year. I vote nearly every year except for the last election. If you don't know who I am and where I am and whatever, then that's on you at this point. It's the way I look at it. So I'm not too concerned about that. But yeah, it's I would be interested to see if someone got fined if they were willing to challenge it. They might have to go to the ACLU because the expense is sometimes something like that where it's $20. It's like, is it worth fighting in court? For some people, it's like, I'll just pay the fine. But, you know, every so often you find somebody who's like, they just, on the principle of the matter, they just refuse. And then, you know, they kind of take it all the way as far as they can take it. So that's interesting.
Hey, you know what? A lot of countries find it interesting that that the federal government can force, or actually the state can force a man to pay child support. You know, a lot of countries, they find that interesting. America and maybe a few other countries are they, it might be maybe 4, 5, or 6 countries where men are forced to pay child support. So if they can force you to pay child support, they can probably force you to vote.
What's crazy about child support in America, I don't know about the other places, is that if you sign the birth certificate, whether you're the father or not, they can force you to pay child support. And even if years later, you know, you do the whole blood test work and blah, 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 and you say, hey, I'm not the father, here's the proof, they still can make you pay. They can keep you as the paying father, quote unquote, until they either, you know, find out who the real father is or whatever the case may be. So, you know, there's a major legal hurdle to get out of paying child support. And it goes not just until they're 18, but until they graduate high school, which could be 19, 20, depending on, you know, the situation of when they started school, whatever the case. And that's in my state. Every state's probably different. You know, I haven't looked at it because thankfully I only have one son, but I think he was 19 when he graduated, only because he's got a winter birthday, and because he was born in December, he wasn't able to start school. They basically made him wait a year to start school. But yeah, that's to me, that's the part where it's like, I would love to see on a state level where the father who was not the father and who could prove it was no longer liable to pay child support. Because I think that's where you know, because everything I've heard in the child family system is that, you know, they're protecting the child. It's all about the child. They don't care about the parents, the adults, whatever. It's all about protecting the child. And I can see that, and I can appreciate, I respect it. But if someone is not the biological parent and no longer wants that responsibility, to compel them to do that, I think it's harsh. Is extremely harsh. It almost essentially boils down to being a punishment in a sense. That's how I look at it. But some states don't look at it that way.
I just wanted to say, I think that, you know, I think there's more reason why it's very important that we establish this basis, because, you know, states control elections. We wouldn't want to be implementing anything like that, you know, that would be disadvantage, that would be a disadvantage to us, you know. And I think we just want, where an equitable, you know, democratic process, where people feel free to vote, and not forced to vote. I think that's something that is a slippery slope that leads towards, you know, corruption and dictatorship.
Absolutely. Voting is voluntary. I mean, it's a right, but it is a voluntary right, and you can choose to exercise it or not. And again, by me abstaining from the last election, it was a political statement, because, you know, I was not going to vote for Biden, and I wasn't going to vote for Trump. So for me, there just wasn't a candidate there for me to put my vote behind. And because I've already made this political stance that I don't want to vote until I'm voting in a black majority state. I mean, that's just how I see it. I've always been an independent. I've never registered with a party. And, you know, unfortunately in the state I'm in, they don't have open primaries. So if you're not a registered member of a party, you don't even get to decide who you're going to vote for anyway, on the state level or whatever. So it's kind of like you're already at a disadvantage being an independent voter. I would definitely want to make, Delaware or any other black majority state, make them open primary states so that everybody who wants to vote can vote. I just don't think these parties should have dominion over the election process in the way that they do. Again, that sore loser law where if you run under a primary, under a party, and you lose, you cannot come back and run as an independent in a general election. To me, that's criminal. That's like, it's just criminal. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Because you might have a situation where, a new candidate such as Marcel can get within 1,000 votes, and just knowing that he was that close in a primary would propel him in a general election, right? Because you built up all this buzz, you got all this support, and they make it so that you can't run for whatever the next election. And so that's, to me, that's just terrible. I think U.S. congressmen, I think it's every 2 years, and I think the Senate's every 6, if I'm not remembering that, incorrectly. But so, I mean, that means, in 2 years he'd have another chance. But it just seems like they just set it up in such a way that it's unfair. It's just not fair at all, and it shouldn't be not based on the parties or based on these incumbents. They shouldn't have all the advantages. It should be open, fair elections, period. So you don't have to write a book worth of laws and rules and regulations in order to, control the process. It should simply be open and fair elections, period. State power.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think, a lot of people in the black community aren't even aware of that. They're aware that there's a constitution, but I think a lot of people in our community, they're not aware that states actually have their own constitution. And I think that when we established a black majority state, we changed the constitution and we write that into our constitution, banning these political parties and things like that.
Fully agree. Everything's got to be constitutional. It's got to pass constitutional muster, of course. But I'm in line with you. I think just by having them open and fair, it destroys the grip that they have over, statewide elections. The unfortunate part is the state has no control over the federal guidelines for the federal senator and the federal U.S. rep. So you might be able to change the residency requirements on the state level, which I think that's something that we want to look into as well. But you just can't change anything with the federal positions. But it kind of is what it is. It's like, let's get in there, let's re-engineer the Constitution and the government to work for Black Americans. That is absolutely the point and the purpose of it, and to make sure that we protect it from, not only that we have protection for ourselves, but we protect the state from the infiltrators and from the clear opposition that exists in the society. So we gotta, and I know Black American Homeland likes to say, well, let's create exclusionary sort of laws that keep people out. I don't know if those will pass constitutional muster, but because it's a Black majority state, we got to assume that the majority of the benefits will go to the Black citizens because they are the majority. And so we might not be able to say necessarily, Black Americans get all the contracts, quote unquote, but because they are a majority of the citizenry, they should by default get the majority of the contracts. I think it's just a numbers game, whereby because we have the most numbers and because we are in the positions of authority, that whole quote unquote trickle down is no longer necessarily a trickle down. It just spreads out evenly to all of the majority citizens, in a more even way of distributing benefits and opportunities. So that's the way I kind of see it. Hopefully it won't be necessarily to create laws that are specific to Black Americans, but I do think it's critical to have Native Black American descendants of American enslavement codified into the state constitution as a recognized, protected group within the state. I know that there are some Native American tribes. I believe it's Lenape or Lenape. I don't know how they pronounce it. But they were, like much of those tribes, they were pushed out into out west somewhere. But I believe that was the local tribe in Delaware. I don't know if they have any representation. I don't know if they have any land in the state. It'd be something interesting to look into and see if there is anything. Every time I've tried to look into it, I haven't come up with anything, except for that these Lenape were the ones, and they were darker skinned. I believe there was an English settler or one, whatever European settler they were. In their journal, they described them, and I think there were actual drawings of these people, but they were like a darker skin tone people. So, yeah. So I don't know. And in my book, I talk about them. I document the fact that they were there. But again, unlike Oklahoma, where nearly 1/3 of the state is now in Native American hands, under Native American authority, Delaware and most of the states don't really have that problem. So we should be good as far as that goes. Now, just like in South Carolina, where I guess Clyburn has set up some casinos on some land for some native tribe, $5 Indians, whatever the case may be. It may be possible that something like that arises. And so that's something, again, I probably got to do a little bit more study on the native tribe within that state to try to understand how much land they control and what sort of treaties they may try to hold a state government to. Because of course you want to work with them, but you're not going to be dominated by anybody. I mean, that's what would be the point of establishing a Black majority state. You don't want to be dominated by anybody. You want to be the default dominant group. That's the whole point of it. So this is interesting. From my point of view, when you are in the position of authority, a lot of other groups will respect that authority. I mean, they'll have no choice but to respect it. But I think it's just a natural thing that will occur, where they will actually respect the authority. I think our biggest issue is going to be, once we get into positions of authority and power, is going to be the small percentage of criminal element that exists in every area where, white supremacy has developed this criminal element in Black communities. And there was a story, I'm going to try to find it here, in Philly, over the past, I don't know if it was like a 48-hour period. See if I can find it, because there was like a lot of violence. Okay, yeah, so the shootings have also reached dozens of children, killing 11 minors and wounding another 35 as of April 13. Several students on Thursday held a die-in rally in front of City Hall to call on city leaders to do more. Around 20 shot, 4 killed during violent 24 hours in Philly, police say. 20 shot, 4 killed in 24 hours. So that, I believe, is going to be a much bigger focus of a black state government, is rooting out and eliminating that element of the population and having a zero tolerance of any peripheral activity that, you know, gangs, drugs, guns, whatever it is just identifying the people that are involved in it and charging them up, and you know, and or giving some the opportunity to leave, laying down the law, laying down the warning, and just telling them we're cleaning it up, so you can either leave or you can be incarcerated. Those are really the only options, and so that we don't just allow that cancer, because that's essentially what it is on a community, to thrive. You know, when I was young, again, I was involved in it. I wasn't a knucklehead necessarily, but it was like the only option I felt I had to earn a living. And so I was involved in it. And the communities in which I was in that were thriving, there were storefronts. You know, there was like a downtown center, a small little town outside of Pittsburgh, and like a suburb. And I drive through there now, and nearly more than half, if not 70% of those buildings are collapsing in on themselves. You know, it's like 30 years ago, a little over 30 years ago. They're collapsing in on themselves. And this is the downtown, you know, main thoroughfare through this little town. So it's a cancer, and it just rots away at the core of a community until there's nothing left. It just can't be tolerated. I don't care if it's, you know, the pastor's son or the police chief's daughter or whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter that you're related to a good upstanding citizen. If you are a cancer, and you gotta be removed from the society one way or another. Is just the bottom line of it. And once you develop this strong sense of zero tolerance, they will know, hey, let's go to Philly because that's where that happens at. Let's go to New Jersey. That's where that happens. Let's go wherever. Let's go anywhere but there, because there it's not tolerable. The people, the citizens don't tolerate, right? And that's the only way that you can maintain a safe, prosperous society for Black Americans. You cannot tolerate it at all. So that's my pitch on that, because inside of white society, we don't have the authority to really, you know, eradicate. I mean, you literally have to eradicate it. We don't have the authority to do it because, you know, if we try to form groups, neighborhood watch groups, whatever the case may be, we don't have the authority to defend ourselves with the level of defense that may be required. We're going to go to jail for defending ourselves. We got to hire attorneys. We got to go through the system, because they don't want us to defend our community. So they're going to drag us through the system in order to do it. It's only when we are the system and we are the authority that we actually are in a position that we can actually make that happen. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just going to have to be what it's going to have to be. But I think all these other outlets lay down and not put up too much of a fight. You know, they are reactionary, especially the U.S. government's very reactionary. They're slow to move, you know. But once that machine gets moving, it's problems coming, obviously. But you know, it's kind of like one of those things where we're an anomaly. They're going to look at us and study us and try to figure out what's going on. Hopefully, by the time they figure out too much, there's another Black majority state and then another Black majority state. So
it just becomes a thing that they have to live with at that point, you know. But yeah, I mean, they're always going to try. They're always going to try different things. I mean, we understand that. We're aware of it. So vigilance is mandatory. But I just think we got to deal with the situations that are on the ground first, and then the little domestic terror cells that pop up here and there, keeping our eyes out for those people as well. There's a situation that was developing, and this is Tassetti Truth. I've seen it on a couple different places, but he said, "What are the odds of several food processing centers around the country catching fire within days of each other?" Question mark. Sounds orchestrated. So there was a story. I think it was Fox News, Tucker Carlson, or somebody who had a video of where they were saying how he was reporting on this fire, and it was saying how there were several other food processing plants that had fires or whatever the case, something that happened to the buildings. And then as he was reporting the story, a small plane somewhere in the country crashed into another food processing center. And so they're saying that this is going to affect the cost of food. It may actually affect their ability to process food, so that there may be a thing where food is not on the shelves. And I went to Walmart today, and there's still products that are not on the shelves. And this is like 2 years, we went through the pandemic, and certain items you still don't see on Walmart shelves. You know what I mean? All this time later. So that's what they're kind of saying, like this is an oddity where we're already got supply chain issues. We got pandemic issues. Now we got the wheat from Ukraine. I suppose we rising prices on wheat and corn and who knows what else. And then now you got this situation where the places where we process food are being seemingly burned down, attacked, whatever the case may be, and how this is going to affect our food supply in this country. So I don't know. It just seems like this constant attacks of some nature. And a lot of people in a lot of spaces talk about Black farmers, Black farming, Black food production, being able to supply our citizens with food to eat, essentially trying to do everything in-house, which in a small state like Delaware is probably not necessarily impossible, but certainly not the way that you want to go. I think we had a really good farmer dude a few weeks ago who was talking about the types of crops to grow in certain areas of the country. And so, I believe we can leverage the state to develop more Black farming in a state like South Carolina or Mississippi, our next target state, so that we are already building networks and alliances with the people there on the ground. And we're purchasing food from the Black farmers in those states, because we plan to eventually help them become a Black majority state as well. So, I think we can use the leverage of a state like that, but it's just something to keep your eyes on, something I wanted to point out, because it does seem a little strange that this is happening in succession of each other, like one after the other, across the country.
Hey, Gray, I remember seeing a couple of weeks ago that I was surprised to see that Delaware, 34%, it was between 31 to 34% of the land in Delaware is farmland, or farmland. That was pretty interesting. I didn't know that. 34%.
Yes, sir. And that Southern County is probably where a bulk of it lies. But yeah, I had a graphic. I want to say it was in the last space where, or matter of fact, I put that graphic in our group, in our Black State Migration group. But it's a map of the U.S. It's from the U.S. I think it's the U.S. Agriculture or some organization. But
they show like this light green, almost looks like a cloud over top of areas where there's cropland. And from the south, it comes, from Louisiana across the states up through Georgia, comes all the way up to Delaware. And on that particular map, Delaware is almost nearly green, covered in this cropland cloud that they have. And it turns out, I mean, some of those Midwestern states, man, they're bright neon. I mean, it's bright neon green. There's some areas over there that are very fertile cropland areas, but essentially most of the South has this green cloud over it. So yeah, absolutely, I posted the top 10 agricultural products, which corn, sweet corn. I want to say it was wheat, some type of wheat or something was on there. Watermelon was on there. And then broiler chickens, which was something I wouldn't have thought of at all, was one of the top. And, cattle, dairy, but broiler chickens. And I don't know if those are I got to assume those are the rotisserie style chickens that you find at Walmart or whatever. I don't know what a broiler chicken is. I don't know if it's just a chicken that you cut up and they cut up into all the different parts, or what specifically makes that a broiler chicken. But they make nearly $1 billion annually from that alone. So there's a lot of agricultural happening in Delaware. They actually have I want to say it's a college, but it's basically an agricultural college. I think it's connected to the other Delaware University, not the HBCU, but the main university. I think they are connected like that. So, yeah.
Also, when I saw these statistics on farmland in Delaware, I was also looking at other states, and I was shocked to see states like Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Illinois. It seemed like the percentage of their land as farmland, like, if I can remember correctly, like 30, 40, 50, 60%. And then when I looked at the southern states like Mississippi, Louisiana, South Carolina, Georgia, the state is like less than 20% farmland.
Yeah.
And,
yes.
But I also saw that the southern states, on average, 60% to 70% of their land was forest land. So I was saying, well, maybe because they had a low percentage of farmland because most of the land is forest land.
That makes a ton of sense, and that matches up with that map. It's like I said, it's in our group where I posted it. Where that it's like a lime green sort of neon fog that represents the cropland, and it does come up from the south, but it's almost like a thin coating of this fog. Like I said, Delaware is actually kind of lit up pretty bright green. But then when you move out to that Midwest, those areas you were talking about, that's where it's like tennis ball green, like solid fog, So they essentially are saying exactly what you're saying in a visual way.
So this is what I thought. I was thinking the federal government wanted states like Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Illinois to be the breadbasket of the United States, and didn't want the South. I mean, the South could have easily be 30, 40% farmland, but they didn't want the South to be the farmland because they knew a lot of Black people were living down there, and they didn't want I guess that the government didn't want the country dependent on black farmers when it comes to food. I mean, I just came up with that because back in the late 1800s to maybe 1950, a lot of the labor force was in farming in the South.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I mean, so I was listening to a program. I want to say it was Wyoming, where they said the population is less than 500,000. So, and that Wyoming, I mean that's a huge state, right? A lot of land, but I think maybe simply because it's so sparsely populated, that may play a huge role in that. Now Georgia, from what this guy was saying in that Spaces, I mean that was 3 weeks ago, I believe. He was talking about how like you can pretty much grow just about anything you want in the state of Georgia. There's a lot of farmland down there, so I guess it could be a little bit of both, like you're saying, a little bit of yes, let's move out to the Midwest. These are majority white areas, essentially, sparsely populated areas, which that Idaho and Montana, that's all involved in that American Readout, which is essentially, it's going to be like a white conservative utopian area of, just where they are essentially trying to establish essentially what we're talking about in southeastern United States, but a region of the country that's going to be majority white, even though it's already majority white. They just want to make it even more majority white up there. And that's probably why they're attracted to that area anyway, because it is so white up there, essentially, that it's just like they just want to have this utopian white existence up there. So it's interesting. And we talked about the rising price of rent, but up there, because so many people are moving in and buying up property, the locals can't afford to buy houses anymore. They're raising the value of property so fast. People are buying properties without even seeing them. They're literally doing like online video tours and just buying these houses sight unseen, as they say, and driving up the cost of real estate. And then that brings me to, I had this thing about these, they're calling them Zoomsters. And what these are these remote workers that are doing exactly what I just said. They're buying these houses wherever across the country. They don't have to drive to work. They work from home, which is a very attractive group of people for a black state. Like that would be an amazing group of people because they don't need a job. They can work from home. They can live wherever they want, essentially, and vote wherever they want. So why not vote and live in a future black majority state? So it would work great for us in achieving our goals. But this article is, I'm sure it's majority white people that are doing this, these so-called Zoomsters, and they're just making it much more difficult for who? Black people to buy houses, you know what I mean? And to have affordable living, because they can just raise up the prices. And so what ends up happening, even in that American Readout area is people are paying over the list price, which, you know, you're not really supposed to do in real estate. I mean, if you pay the list price, so be it. You're supposed to negotiate down if you can, but to pay above list price is really where you start pushing up the prices in a particular community. And so that's kind of what's going on all over the country. Really, it's and it's just like where do these people, where are they getting all this money from? That's like I think that's the biggest frustration that, you know, even me, someone who has a decent career, you know, so-called make decent money, not rich at all, not even by anybody's imagination, but it's just frustrating where it's like, man, where are these people getting all of this money to do all of these things? It just seems, I don't know. I don't know if it's from inheritances, if it's just a credit, you know, if it's based on this credit system that we know is really racist in its inception, or where or how or what is driving, you know, the way that the economics of housing or moving in this country.
Like I said, look, United States is one of the few countries where foreigners can own land and property directly. So, and then we have people that are citizens in our country. They come from every country. Therefore, you have governments and corporations all over the world. They are investing in real estate in the United States. I'm telling you, man, I can see real estate being a scarce, I can't even pronounce the word, a scarce asset in 10 to 15 to 20 years. I mean, all the land and property can be owned by, like, you know, by 10% of the population.
Man, that is, I think you're hitting it right on the head. I think you got it down pretty clear, and that's so unfortunate. State power, you can go for it.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Hey, State, I can barely hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. I was saying that's an interesting question that you asked regarding where these individuals getting this money to buy these you know, all this real estate. And I was talking to some individuals, some white real estate investors in the area in California. And one gentleman, he was telling me, he was borrowing money from friends. And I was just thinking, that's very interesting. Like, you're borrowing how much money from friends to be able to buy all this real estate. So they're practicing group economics, and I think that's something that, you know, we're a little bit behind the third one sometimes is
Yeah, I've in the past I would talk to individuals who they would have a house flipping partner, essentially is what it was. It might be 2 or 3 people, and like you said, they would go in together, invest, get the house, renovate it, flip it, and split the profits, and then they would basically repeat the process again. So house flipping, obviously that was a trend. It was hot. I'm sure there's people who still do it. And especially now that the market, like we are all saying, the values of property just keep going up, 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 up. And yes, the interest rate is up. I think the last time I heard on the radio was like 5.25% or 5.5%, or getting close to 5.5%, whereas it was under 3% like a year ago. So that is going to slow down, and I think that was the intent. Matter of fact, I know that was the intent of the treasurer or whoever runs that situation, is they want to slow down that part of the economy, and that's why they're raising these interest rates, which is interesting. Because obviously, I mean, if you're paying twice as much interest, it's gonna cost you twice as much, or whatever, however long you hold the house for. It's going to definitely increase the cost of owning the house over time. But if you got investors that are just buying these houses outright and they're paying over market value and they're raising, that's where it doesn't matter what the interest rate is, because they're paying out of pocket. You know what I mean? So they're not necessarily affected by interest rate when you have money like that. So that Zoomtown, so that story, and I don't know, it's somewhere in America, but they were saying last summer it was so bad that this mayor put out a plan that he wanted to let teachers, nurses, and other essential workers set up a tent city, like quite a tent city, so they continue to provide services to this community that they could no longer afford to live in. And that's crazy. That reminds me of the Silicon Valley stories where it was like people were living in their cars because they can't afford, they can't afford to live in the community. Not that I mean, it's I can't have a whole lot of sympathy for those people because we know how they treat Black Americans in that particular tech field. However, it just highlights the fact that you have people with enormous amounts of wealth, and then the people who are there to earn a living, essentially serving these people. I mean, that's essentially what it is, no matter how you look at it. They can't even afford to live in a house. I mean, that can't be sustainable. At some point, that's going to collapse in on it. So I gotta believe that.
Look, another reason why people are investing in real estate, because they're scared that the dollar is losing value. Look, currency all over the world losing value. The dollar's losing value, but other currency are losing value much faster than the dollar. So actually, the dollar is a little bit safer, more what's that word? The dollar is keeping its value better than most other currencies. So these big companies, to preserve their wealth, they are investing more in hard assets like gold or commodities or real estate or whatever like that. Now, if you look at your bank account, I haven't looked at my American bank account in a while, but I'm pretty sure my checking account in the States is less than 1% interest. However, I found ways that I can get 10%, 15%, 21% interest on my money outside of the banking system. Now, Now, this is going to become very popular in the next, 2 to 5 years once people understand how this works. But that was just something I wanted to throw out there.
Okay, you care to give us some insight on that one? We'll let State Power go.
Well, insight. Well, okay, yeah. I know vehicles or platforms where, like, if you have cash, you can transfer your cash to Tether USDT or other. It's almost like a crypto, except it's crypto that is tethered to the dollar, and then you have these different platforms that are paying some 5%, some 10%, 8%, and some up to 21% interest if you keep your money on their platform. And
okay. Are they using your money to invest in something else ultimately, or is it that they're using your money to attract more people? Like, I mean, that sounds like a pyramid scheme, but is it, you see what I'm saying? Like, are they taking your money, investing it so that they can produce this return?
Well, to be honest, they did say they are investing your money. I mean, they're like a bank. So so when you have your money on their platform, I guess they can use your money for anything. And yes, they are investing the money. Now, okay, some people don't believe in a platform when it pays 5, 10, 15, 21% interest. What a couple of years ago, it was pretty hard for me to even believe this. But the thing is, I'm the type of person that take risks, and I just I started at first. I put a little bit of money in it, and I was getting my 10%, 12% interest, and then I didn't lose my money after 6 months or a year. Then I started putting more money and more money. So that's just something that I'm into. I really see, because it's hard to what's that word? It's hard to what's that word when you trying to get other people to invest in it? Like recommend. I don't really recommend it yet, but I'm just saying that this is the way that I'm helping myself to mitigate inflation. Because inflation's at 7%, 10%, and if I can have interest rate where I'm making more than 10%, then I'm beating inflation. That's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you, and it sounds like you're a smart investor. You're taking risks, but you're taking it slowly. So yeah, I mean, I understand what you're talking about. State Power, did you have something to add to that?
No, I was actually adding towards when you were talking about the 10 cities and being out here in California, in the Bay Area. I mean, they're already these unofficial 10 cities are already popping up, and then there was this point in San Francisco where the city was actually having official 10 cities right outside of City Hall, and it kind of reminded me of that old Dave Chappelle stand-up comedy that he did when he was talking about how race is funny, and he went out and he partied with these Native Americans and he smoked with them. He got so high that the Native Americans were like, "You can stay with us until the spirits leave your body," and they had him staying in a teepee, and he thought that was so messed up that they all were living in houses. And I just thought that was so funny because it's like it almost like predicted the future. Like here we are, like these tiny homes. Like we don't want to live in those tiny homes. We don't want to live in those
I have not seen that one. I'll try to see if I can, do a search and see, or if you find it, please send it, so I can check that out. It sounds funny. It sounds interesting, obviously, especially in light of his recent activity with the zoning board in his hometown outside of Dayton, Ohio. It kind of will definitely make a lot more sense, I'm sure. Yeah. So, man, like, God, it's like on one end you got them pushing black people, black Americans out of these cities further and further, gentrification, rents too high, property values too high, and then you got people on the other side that are just like they're just living their best life. They don't care about nobody. They could care less. They don't care so much to the point that they'd rather have nurses and teachers living in tents rather than, making sure that they earn enough income that they can actually live in a house and whatever. And in Silicon Valley, where they got employees on the staff that can't afford to live in a house or an apartment, they can live in a car. I think when I heard that story, it was so bad that they were going to start fining the businesses because people were, urinating, whatever, defecating all over the place. But they're sleeping like on the streets. They're sleeping in other businesses, parking lots starting having security, trying to tow vehicles. I mean, it sounded like it was a nightmare. And this is like a massive financial center where you would think, they could afford to at least put people in apartments, if nothing else. But man, it's so I think that's where government plays a part. Government has to step in. They have to, at the very least, establish a minimum standard of living for people who are working people. On top of that, and these corporations, because they're creating this environment, they're the ones that are raising the prices of real estate. So they gotta be held accountable. Is how I see that situation. I don't think they should be just able to profit, non-stop profiting, and then just allow people to falter and fall between the cracks. I just think that's unacceptable. So we, as a black majority state, would definitely ensure that something like that would not happen. I put this is the last thing I put up here, but this was a map that I created, and it says this is the future of America. Any questions? And essentially what I did was I looked at the populations in the country where they are essentially centered, and I labeled certain areas of the country. So I got West Asia out in the West Coast area. I got northern Mexico from California to Texas. I got Nazi land up in that American Redoubt area. I got the middle of the country as the divestor zone, which is essentially saying, people who they're just not, they don't want to be a part of Black States of America. They don't want to be a part of the Black American homeland. For whatever reason, they got their own reasons. And so that's essentially where they're going to feel comfortable at. That's like the middle of the country. I got New Arabia as the Michigan and Illinois area. Even though they have a much higher population in California, they don't have as much political authority and representation in California as they do in Michigan and Illinois. So I put them up there, and that's on the Canadian border, which I believe a lot of them do travel back and forth from Canada. And then I got the liberal utopia. That's like the New England area. I got Northern Caribbean as Florida, and then I got Black State of America across the southeastern United States. So, and essentially when I created this, the intention of creating this was to say there's like 8 states where we can have Black majorities. And what's happening is there's a lot of this bickering back and forth between groups. FBA and ADOS and Freedmen and whatever. And all these different groups, they're back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. There's a lot of challenging. I challenge you to this and debate this and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. When if we just all said, hold up, like minds, you got your group, this is the state, focus on this one state, get all your people to go to that state and take over the state. That's positive, that's moving forward, that's productive, right? There's 8 states, so I don't even know if there's 8 groups. Maybe there's 800 groups. I don't know, but essentially, find a group that you kind of agree with, come together, and take over a state. That's really how we should be focusing. I say pick a state and let's build. Black Americans, freedmen, Native, Black, Indigenous, Black Muslims, Black Christians, etc. There are over 500 tribes in America. There are over 3,000 tribes in Africa. 100% unity is an unnatural myth. We need respect, trade, alliances are all we need. And this is what I really think that people waste so much energy arguing online, going back and forth, splinter groups. This group creates that group. They break off from them. They go here. They do this. They create this party. It's just a lot of wasted energy and effort when we could just be focusing in on building and taking over these states and then having real political authority. And then, in my personal prediction, a lot of these issues will start to heal themselves and take care of themselves because we'll be too busy focusing on actually governing our society, and making sure that our children have the best opportunities that we can give for them. So I wanted to put that out there because, I created that little map there, and I just feel like it matches up with Black American Homeland. I know he had a map that was similar where he designated different areas of the country to different groups, and it's spot on with that thinking because, again, I think empires crumble from the inside, and I think America is separating from the inside. I don't think any outside country or force would actually bring the country to its knees. I think what would happen is if we were attacked, it would bring the country together. And then, like I said, that once you get that American war machine moving, it's one of the deadliest on the planet. So no mercy to whoever the enemy is in that situation. But from the inside out, I believe the country is splitting apart. And I don't think another 9/11 staged event will bring us back together again in the way that, they've done a few times over the last century or whatever. I just don't think it'll happen this time. I think if there was a war today, a lot of people would prefer jail to war. If there was a draft enacted in that sense. So I think that they might be surprised if there was some global ground troop, war that occurred. So that's just my thoughts on that. And then we're talking about housing, non-human media. He posts a lot of really good stuff. But this says immigrants paved the way for gentrification of Black neighborhoods. So from 2000 to 2012, just a 1% increase in immigrants to a Black neighborhood increased the likelihood of gentrification by 9%. So 1%, and I mean, in most neighborhoods, what is that? A couple, maybe they buy 10 houses, move into the neighborhood, and then that increases the level of gentrification by 9%. And the opposite of that, he said, in non-Black neighborhoods, if immigrants move into a white neighborhood or other non-Black neighborhoods, it decreases the likelihood of gentrification. So essentially, if an immigrant moves into a Black neighborhood, there's a real high probability that gentrification is happening. If they move into a white neighborhood, it's the opposite effect. I would love to see what the rate of gentrification is for when a white person moves into a black neighborhood, because I got to think that would be off the charts, because usually that, it's either a Trader Joe's, Starbucks, they renovate some old property, like in this one neighborhood is this old train station that sat there for decades, no usage, is no longer even connected to to a railroad track, but they started renovating that, and this is in the middle of this majority black neighborhood that is, like I said, you drive through the downtown center, the buildings are crumbling from the inside out. They're falling apart. They're pumping millions of dollars into this train station that nobody needed. They could have just knocked that down and actually built the downtown center, but that's not their plan. Their plan is to use this train station as their beachhead into the community for gentrification. They put a Chase Bank that just went in not too long ago. And so these are the signs that gentrification is taking place, and the black citizens don't really recognize or realize it, and there's really nothing that they can do about it, because they more than likely don't even own the houses that they live in. So this is why gentrification in America is so easy to produce and so detrimental to black Americans in these black neighborhoods, because we don't own the property. So we can't even argue or negotiate the price of the real estate. It's like the property owner says, oh, okay, I see there's money here to be made. I'm going to sell my house, make this money, go buy a house somewhere else. They don't care about the tenants. They don't care about what's going to happen to the black people that have lived there for the past 4 generations. And then they just slowly but surely move their way into the community. And within a few short years, it's no longer a black community anymore.
You hit the nail right on the head, man. Like, that's why black communities are so easy to gentrify, because black people don't own the property. A neighborhood, a city can be 90% black, but the properties are owned by 80% of the white population. Does that sound weird? The city, let's say the city is 90% black, but the owners of the property are 80% white. So let's say when Mexicans or Indians from India or Filipinos start moving to that city, the white owners, they can say, hey, you know what? I think I'd rather rent to these Filipino people, or to these Mexican people, or to these Arab people, or to the Indians. Next thing you know, the city has totally the demographics had totally changed, because now they're renting to Filipinos, or they're renting to Indians. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%. And so you say, how can you stop this? How can you slow it down? We hear people from New York and New Jersey, northern New Jersey, they're saying like, man, what can we do? What can we do? There's almost nothing you can do. I mean, it's so unfortunate and so tragic, but there's really a whole hell of a lot you can do. I mean, every neighborhood I grew up in as a kid, it has been gentrified. They move a Target in, they move a Trader Joe's in, they move a Starbucks in. It's like copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. And initially, people are thinking, "Oh man, we're getting a Target," Oh, it's like you're the frog in the boiling pot of water who does not realize you're being cooked alive. And that's just the blueprint for it. Speaking of frogs sitting in a pot of boiling water, this mayor in Tennessee mayor of a town in Tennessee, Curtis Hayes. I want to call his full name out. This black gentleman looks like he's in his. He's got a little bit of gray. I'm gonna give him late 40s, maybe early 40s. He's sitting in this picture, surrounded by Confederates. He signed a proclamation declaring April Confederate History Month in the city. Overton County News. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 older white gentlemen. They all got on rebel flags. The one guy's carrying a rebel flag, even though his arm's broken. And I mean, you know, if I saw this picture in a different time period, I would think that this guy was, you know, under the threat of assassination if he didn't sign this piece of paper. But this is the modern society we live in. This is Tennessee, and I mean, Hayes, Curtis Hayes. That sounds like a native black foundational American name. For me, if I was the mayor, I would either have resigned, I would have been sick, I mean, whatever the case may be, or I would have just simply said, I'm not doing it. I mean, you're not going to get this photo op. Number one, you're never going to take this picture. Even if I had the audacity to sign this thing, I would never take the picture. But I personally wouldn't sign it. I mean, if I lost the next election, so be it. I would take that stance. So this is where, in my opinion, Black American men especially, we have got to take a stance. We have got to know when it's time to say no. It's just time to say, like, it's just time. There's times when it's time to say no. And that was a time where you just say, no, I'm not doing it. I don't give a damn. Do what you want. Do what you will.
Hey, you know what? Look, I bet all those guys, right? They know where that mayor lives, right? But guess what? How many Black Americans know where their white mayors or where their white governors or their white U.S. senators, where they live, or their white congressmen? We don't know where these people live. I mean, if we knew, if these white people knew that Black people knew where they live, to me, that will change things a little bit, because we know where they live.
Man, that's a great perspective. I did not think of that, because again, if I'm just trying to read this guy's, you know, it's a snapshot. I'm looking in his eyes. I'm trying to read this man's soul. And again, if the picture was taken, you know, 40 years ago, 50, I'd say, oh no, they definitely got a gun to this man's back or something. But like you just stated, knowing that he knows that they know where he lives, I mean, that's enough. That could be enough.
Right there. Yeah. Look, these judges, right, that give these white judges that give these black Black Americans criminals, 30, 40 years in prison, 50, 60 years in prison. Look, we don't even know where these judges live. It's easy to find out where these judges live, but we they don't have these white judges or white politicians don't have they don't feel threatened. They don't feel threatened at all. They don't believe that Black Americans have what's that word I'm looking for? It's almost like you can do anything to Black people and there's no consequences. You don't have to worry about Black people retaliating against you, because that I think that's the way some of those white people think.
It's got to be the way they think, and yeah, that retaliation factor is real, but it's one of those things where we have that sense that, oh, if I don't do such and such and such and such, something, this could happen, that could happen. I said earlier, there's these bumpers that we gotta sort of operate with in the society. And like you just stated, they don't even think that never crosses their mind, not for a second. That something may happen, there may be a consequence for their actions in the society. They are essentially they're essentially living like gods. I mean, if you really boil it down to it in its finite nature, it's like they can do no wrong.
Hey, look, hey, this is what I've seen in the Philippines. I've seen where there's a politician, right, that Filipinos don't like, right? Okay, in America, what do? We protest on the streets, or we might protest in front of the police station or on the corners or wherever. Well, man, I saw these Filipinos, they protest in front of the politician's house. They're at his house. They're protesting in front of his house, man. Isn't that crazy? I mean, black people. I never heard of black people protesting in front of a white person's house. When you protest in front of a person's house, man, now you're making it personal.
I've seen this twice in my city. There was a white mayor a few years ago. Mm-hmm. Where they did protest in front of this guy's house. Matter of fact, the last mayor, they did it, and I want to say the one before him, but it was like the Antifa type protest, right?
Okay.
And then when I first wrote the book, there's a guy, Malik, I want to say his name is Malik Shabazz. He was a close associate of Khalid Muhammad, and he's a part of the new Black Panther Party, right? So I went to his event in DC. And it was like a reparations event or whatever, and it was fine. It was at some press club, whatever, bling bling bling, And at the end of it, he was like, "Okay, everybody, there was maybe I'm gonna say over 50 people in the room." And he was like, "Okay, so we're gonna go to Mitch McConnell's house." We're gonna parade. We're gonna march down to Mitch McConnell's house, and they wanted to get on the news with it. So I'm like, and my son was with me. I'm like, man, look. First of all, I drove 5 hours to get here. I got 5 hours to drive back. I got to go to work. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking there ain't no way I'm going protesting in DC. I'm not from here. If I get arrested here, protest. No, you know what I mean? I'm just thinking of all the ramifications of it, but. I don't know if they went through with it, you know what I mean? Because I didn't do any follow-up with it. If it made the news, it certainly didn't make national news. But I think what you're seeing there is more of a visceral, emotional, on-the-spot reaction versus here where it seems to be more of like a political exercise. It's coordinated. And
no, actually, it's coordinated. It's a strategy. It's a strategy, man. They know that they know to go to whoever is the leading politician. They go into your house.
Now, is that with the threat of something that may happen if they don't get what they want?
Who knows? Of course.
Well, that would definitely make a clear distinction, because here you're getting arrested if anything happens. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing. But the thing is, you have to do it in a smart way. I mean, like you don't even have to go to his house. You can just stand outside his neighborhood, and then one day, at certain times of the day, he has to go to court. I mean, he has to go to work. I'm just throwing, that's just ideas that I've been having for years, that I have been seeing that for years, man. So, but the thing is, it does take but look, they've been doing it to us for years, man. They know where we live. They come to our house, they arrest us, they come to our kids' schools. I mean, they come to our churches. Man, we don't even know what churches they go to. They know our churches. We don't know their church. They know our banks, but we don't know what bank they go to. So yeah, it's about I guess we call that called intelligence gathering.
Agreed. Intelligence, absolutely. So let me think about it this way. So when in the book I wrote about protesting, and they know you're going to protest. They know ultimately you're going to run out of steam. It's like you protest on the weekend, you got to go back to work on the morning. That type of mindset. And other than that George Floyd, thing where that was really much more prolonged than I ever imagined something like that being. Usually what we see is, it may last a week or two, and then it kind of dies out, and they're used to that. They actually are already, they got insurance. I mean, they pretty much handle that as if it's the cost of doing business here. And then the other part of it for me is this: it's wasted energy in the sense that, again, if we just move, migrate, and vote, we can produce the results that we really, really want and need, versus us begging, which I hate to use that word, but that's kind of the word that it feels the most right word. Negotiating, intimidating, forcing, however you want to phrase it, where we are standing in front of these people's houses or standing in front of City Hall and demanding things. Demand is such a misused word. Demand requires consequences, and most people that make demands never have any consequences backing it. And so I just think it's just us expending a lot of energy that they are already prepared to absorb and to ignore and deal with. And maybe even if they come to the negotiating table and say, we're going to look into the things that you say you want, just to end it, and then never actually implement the things that they say they want. This is kind of the cycle that we're in. Defund the police being one of the biggest bamboozlements of the last 20 years, of where you had all of this, I mean, again, that George Floyd summer of protesting that was sustained for months and felt like at least for a year. Defund the police all the way to the election cycle, defund, and then you get this man in, he's talking about we need more police. We're going to send more money to the police. So it's I believe in their political calculation, it's like a natural event. It's like a tornado that rips through a community. They got to rebuild it. The insurance companies come in, they repair what damage was done, and then they move on. And that's essentially how they look at it. So I'd rather, if we're going to march and we're going to protest, that we do it in a migration and we vote and we actually get things done for our benefit, and here's the biggest protest is walking away from a community. If you live in a city with a mayor who's not catering and maybe not catering, but not addressing your needs as a Black American community, when you walk away from that community, they're no longer getting your tax revenue. They're no longer giving anything out of you anymore. And so you're taking your resources and you're taking them somewhere else where the people in that particular, city, state, town will actually appreciate it. And of course, as we concentrate, it'll be greatly appreciated because we take over the state government and then we're using your resources to benefit you and your family ultimately. You know what I mean? So I think the 60s, 70s really kind of it was a way for them to learn how far we would take it, and we took it pretty far. They had to send in National Guard troops in Detroit and other major cities, and I just think that they feel like they can handle it. They can survive it. It's not a big deal. And, life will go on. So I think we gotta think differently in this period of history, American history. I think we just got to think much differently.
Look, I understand that protesting. How can I say it? You have different strategies, right?
I can't hear you anymore. I see you're talking. I don't know if I'm the only one. Hear him talking. I had to go and come back in. I'm gonna try to make him a co-host again, but yeah, I think he might have lost his signal during that exchange. But yeah, I'll kind of fill the time till he gets the chance to pop back in here. I think we will see protesting in a black majority state simply because over time, even though we may start with one political party, I just like everything, there's going to be certain people want this, certain people want that. Certain different groups will emerge within the society. And so I do believe that there will be, I see you accepted the co-hosting, but I can't even see you on the board anymore. So I don't know if you're even in the room from what I can see. I don't know if you can see me, but I can't see Black American Homeland in my screen.
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know what happened.
I can hear you, but I don't see your avatar in the room. So, but yeah, go for it. You if you're here, you go for it.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is, protesting can also be a person can be a professional protester, a person that's paid money. This is his full-time job, and he is giving he is giving a briefing of what his limits are, what kind of support he would get, what he can do, what he cannot do, how far he can go, what kind of support if something happens, he will get this type of support. That's it. That's a professional protester.
Republicans, right-wing talk show hosts, they levy that charge against Democrats a lot. Black Lives Matter, they say they're hired paid protesters. Antifa, they're hired paid protesters.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think most of those people are they're not paid.
I like the thought of it, and I understand what you're saying. I kind of get it in that sense. I just think it's like the way I described in the book was a kid throwing a temper tantrum. Much of white society for a very long time, and it's more than likely still this day, they consider Black Americans as children.
That's the way they thought about us. I mean, it's well documented, and it's likely still how they think about us in large measure. So the way I see it is, you're protesting to stay integrated. You're protesting to stay oppressed. You're protesting.
No. Well, see, I'm thinking it in the way of creating a black majority state. Okay, good example. Okay, all right. I don't know how to. I don't know how to say this. I don't. This. Okay, let's see. This. All right. What happened in the old days, back in the 1860s and 1870s? Okay, when black people had the right to vote in the 1860s and 1870s, 1880s, right? Okay, that was a threat to the white people. So the white people, they had to come up with a plan to figure out, okay, how do we mitigate uh, black people? How can we stop them from voting? How can we stop them from even running for office? You know, so they came up with plans, and you had the red shirts, and you had the KKK, and they intimidated people. They went to people's homes. Uh, they intimidated the people that ran for office. They intimidated their wives. The kids that were going to school, they intimidated their kids. I mean, it was just intimidation, from it was just intimidation on top of intimidation. It was so much that black people even gave up running for political office by the 1900s. That black people gave up their right to vote. That's what I'm talking about. But I don't want to put it in. I'm not saying that I want to intimidate white people. I'm just saying that I'm just trying to find I can't think of the word. You have to, we have to find a way to give these people a sense of urgency that they want to leave the state. I don't know how to.
I kind of understand what you're saying. I mean, I get the gist of it, and for me, the there's all these cliches, and I'm probably not going to get the right cliche right, but essentially, success is the ultimate victory, right? So I think by us having success within a black majority state, us, like, obviously we're moving up the political chain. We're getting these lower elected offices. We're moving up. We're starting to implement and hire black police officers, black police chiefs. When I think as they see the society is changing and they are not in the driver's seat, and they no longer have that natural advantage that they have. It's actually more a natural advantage, but they've just known that they've had this advantage, that white privilege, their whole lives. I think as that starts to turn away from their advantage, and I'll say this. So in my area, there's local gas stations, right? And they have images of state troopers on the pumps, and they say something to the effect of, stealing gas is against the law, you'd be arrested, or something like that, right? Something basic like that. But the ones where there's a black trooper, you see the face of the black trooper crossed out, like somebody took a knife and they sit there and they spun like 5 minutes scratching out the black trooper's face, right? Because they don't want to be under black authority in that way, right? I think we talked about that earlier a little bit, and I think you were saying how Asians don't really, and I would agree. I don't think Asians would want to be under black authority like that. But there's a segment of the white population that's the same way. There's some white people that'll be totally fine with it. They'll actually feel better
being under Black authority, to be perfectly honest, but most of them won't, and many of them really, really won't. So I think what happens is, as we're taking over these institutions, they'll see the writing on the wall. It'll just become clearer and clearer and clearer to them. And then it'll get to that critical mass point where they're just like, we got to get the hell out of here. Like, we just got to go. There's always going to be, Jed Clampetts, they got their rifle and they going buckle down and, it's over my dead body. There's always going to be a few of those. But for the most part, I think the vast majority will either leave or will be happy to be there. It's that type of thing. So I don't think we got to do a whole lot of convincing. I think we just got to be successful.
Right. These are just things I have thought of over the years, and looking at history. I love history. I read history, and I saw. My thing is, how did white, even after white people, the Southerners lost the Civil War, how were they able to keep power in the South? And it's all there. The answers are all there. And I sort of like, if you can read the different books, how the white Southerners were able to keep control of the South, you would know their playbook. So they won't be able to use that same playbook in modern times. Because we know their playbook. We know exactly what they can do. And yeah, that's all.
Well, yeah, I want you to finish that thought. I was just going to say, yes, they could do it then, partly because the federal government let them do it then. And certainly today, we couldn't do that. I mean, that's when you would incur, you would actually be inviting the federal government to come in because essentially they practice terrorism. I mean, that's basically what they did. So we don't want to mirror that. I mean, because again, that invites the federal government to step in. But I just think through success, the fact that they're no longer getting state contracts, they're no longer, like, we're taking power away from them to the point that they not that they can't survive, because they're going to survive no matter what, but they're just no longer in control. And I just think these are the type of people who, if they're not in control, they get very uncomfortable. They start being very fearful, and then they make decisions based out of fear. And I think that's what would drive them to leave the state. Just because they're not in control, they are uncomfortable, and they start having like wild fears, like uncontrollable fears. And that's who they are. That's what they are. They absolutely cannot produce a domestic terror campaign in modern society. There's always the lone wolf thing. I mean, you got that, but
right.
There's not going to be some coordinated domestic terror campaign that they're going to be able to produce. So I'm that part I'm not too concerned about, but we got to be vigilant. We got to practice our Second Amendment rights and everything else like that. But just being successful is usually enough. Because in every arena where we are successful, what do? They become fans. Like, if we're kind of honest about it, and it's not just sports or entertainment necessarily. It's business too. In places where Black men and women have become titans of their industry, they just become fans, really and truly. You know what I mean? So I think that's what will ultimately happen. But there's always going to be bumps and obstacles and bruises along the way. But Yeah, I just think it'll be. I think it'll be way more peaceful than we realize in that sense.
Hey, I'm looking at your. Well, I can't really. I'm trying to. I'm trying to look at your map, trying to make it bigger here. Do you have a prediction, a date when this can all happen? Because for me, my dates are I got like 2040 to 2050. Do you have a prediction or a date that you think this all can happen? Cause look, prediction, man. I just love doing prediction. That's my favorite thing to do. I just love doing predictions.
Yeah, I don't have a date. I just think it's a slow process, and I think those are like if you blew that map up, I just think that's where those people are actually already in position, and they just need to add to their numbers. And so I think it's like one of those inevitable things. Like we say, inevitably the South will be majority black, and I agree with that up until the point where we just got to understand that it just because it's a majority black doesn't mean that politically black people are in control or financially benefiting from it unless we understand politically that this is what we're doing and this is how we're building it. But right now I see four faces. You tell me. I see four faces and then they keep glitching and then I saw a fifth one. I don't see your face at all in the room.
You don't see Black American Homeland.
I don't. And here's the other crazy thing is when I put the thing down, it says like there's 2 or 3 people in the space. So I know I was in a space yesterday, and that was a reparation space, and it was glitching so bad. It like I would be in the room for 5 seconds, and then the volume would just the screen would go like grayish, and then the volume would cut out, and then I couldn't hear it at all, and I couldn't interact with the page, and I had to go in and out so many times after like 20. minutes, I just gave up on it. So I don't know what's going on with the space tonight, but it looks very glitchy.
Well, maybe maybe I have to be careful with words I say. I probably won't say the things I've been saying lately for the past 30 minutes. I probably won't mention again.
No, it's not. It's not your words. I know that. No. I mean, just having black in the title could have something to do with it, but I don't think it's your words specifically. I think it's because every week I notice how people are in and out, and I don't think they're intentionally in and out. I think they're glitching in and out. You know what I mean? Like they're coming in, and then I've noticed people try to speak. And then I try to go. I go and I let them speak, and then they get dropped out of the room. So that has been going on for weeks now. I don't think it's what you're saying in this particular case. I think that Twitter is doing something to these spaces, just to be upfront about it. That's the way I think is happening. So I may have to title them a little bit differently. That's what I started doing after it seemed like they were targeting these spaces. So I may just have to just title it a little bit differently.
Right.
Yeah.
Now tell me that, do you think if Elon Musk, if he takes over Twitter, you think it will work out? It'll be better for us, or you think it'll be worse?
I think he's looking to monetize it because that's what he said, the potential of it, and I mean he's all about profits and whatever he does. He may try to connect that Neuralink or Starlink or whatever. It might be something with all of his different corporations. I'm sure he's going to figure out a way to incorporate all of it. But again, that Neuralink, which is that where they put that implant into your brain, I'm assuming that's some level of artificial intelligence. I know they talked about this robot that's coming out, and that's got to be artificial intelligence. So if he can get control over this, which would be like a huge database of human interaction for an AI corporation to study from, to learn from, for him it's like a massive win-win, because you're never going to get this many people interacting together to actually be able to study them, but on a large platform. So I think for him, I think he would try to figure out ways to monetize it, but I think it's more about artificial intelligence than anything on the back end,
Hey, you remember when I was talking about how you can make high interest on your money, right? I want you to look up this platform. Not now, later on when you have time. It's called Nexo. There's about 10, 15 different platforms, but there's only a few of them that I really trust, and the one that's called Nexo, NEXO. So so when you have time, you can look at that platform, and now this is not financial advice. So just take a look at it, see what you think, and just check it out.
Okay, I got it on the other phone. It says up to 17% APR. One Nexo is worth 2.31 US dollar. So I see the exchange on that. So it's actually more valuable than the dollars, what they're saying here. That's cool.
Yeah. And look, and you can see, crypto is kind of volatile, right? But
right.
You can put your money into stable coins.
Okay.
So if you look at USDT, you got USDC, you got Terra, USD Terra, those different stable coins, you know, they pay different interest rate, 10%, 12%. USD Terra is 17% in there. Yeah. Now the only problem, the hardest thing is you have to transfer your money from your on ramp to Nexo. So that's the hard part.
Okay, so you got to have one of those wallets or whatever, that type of thing, or
Yeah, right. If you have a wallet, yeah, you can then transfer from your wallet to that Nexo account. Yeah. Now that's the scary part. Some people are not really good at transferring the money, using the blockchain to transfer money. So sometimes, if you put in the wrong letter, if you copy, the address wrong, you can lose all your money. So that's why you got to make sure you copy the address exactly what it says. And usually you can copy paste, but just be careful when you copy paste, because sometimes it might leave out that one letter or that one number. So yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. I thought I had seen that there was some relatively easy to use wallet service out there somewhere. But again, I got a Webull account because my son was like, "Oh, I'm into investing, blah blah blah." So I mean, I put some money in.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Shuck, what's the name? There's this called Up. Let's see, Up something. Yeah, there are some. There are some accounts or platforms where you can use your credit card or you can use your bank account. You transfer your money from the bank account to that platform, and then you can just you can buy crypto or buy stablecoin within that platform. Yeah, you're right. I just can't remember the name of that platform.
Yeah, Webull. I think I'm pretty sure you can buy crypto on that platform. But I don't know if Nexo's on there. It seems like it would be. Yeah, I mean, I'll check into it. Hey, I'll put $100 towards it and see what happens.
But look, I heard of some people, they there's another platform where you can get 21, 22, 25% interest, and people are investing $100,000 or $200,000 or $300,000. Imagine getting 21% interest on $100,000. That's $21,000 a year.
Yeah. That's way too rich for my blood.
Yeah.
Way too rich.
Yeah.
It's crazy because the people who make the money take the risks, right? And obviously some people crash and burn, but it's one of those things. If you wanna do great things, you gotta take great risks.
Yeah, look, the way I look at it, right, is okay, I have a certain money that I put aside, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna take risks on this amount of money, and if I lose it all, that's cool. That's the way I look at money that I'm risking. If I lose it, that's cool.
Man, it ain't never cool to lose money, but I know what you're saying. It's like gambling. It's like gambling, but yeah, you gotta have a budget and not go over that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up this here. This was N-Cobra and N-Mark. I guess they're together. These reparation groups that everybody is really seeming to be against them.
I actually met this Cam Howard dude in Detroit when I first put the book out, and he seemed like a nice guy. I mean, they all seem like nice people, but I do agree that they have a Pan-Africanist viewpoint on Black American reparations, and they also are very clear that they want to control Black American reparations and be they want to distribute it. So for those reasons and a few others, they're kind of problematic, but they have direct connections to Sheila Jackson, who is actually leading this reparations thing in Congress, and they had connections to the original black man in Detroit. And matter of fact, he was there. This is right before he passed away. John Conyers, he was there in Detroit, and so they got the inside lane, unfortunately, when it comes to the congressional legislation on this thing. But I said it was extremely interesting that NCOBRA outlined a reparations program that envisions federal funds being sent to state governments for distribution. In this little video, he's talking about how he believes reparations are going to happen, and when they happen, they're going to distribute it through the states. And I say, number one, states will likely use that money for other purposes. Number two, this should be more motivation for Black majority states, because if they're going to distribute it through the states, what better way to distribute it than to a state that's a Black majority state for Black reparations, right? And then the third thing I say, direct checks are mandatory 100%. I'm sure in Cobra, my understanding is they don't believe in direct checks. They want to do a bunch of programs. And again, they want to control the funds, and they want to be on this HR study platform where they get paid a couple $100,000 a year just to study the thing and everything else. There's all these ways in which different organizations have essentially figured out ways to monetize Black American reparations for their own personal benefits. And but I thought it was interesting because we were talking about state-based, a Black state, majority state, setting up, and it don't have to be called reparations. It can be called repair, recuperation. You could come up with some other title for it, but essentially where you take federal funds that the state gets and you appropriate them for the Black citizens in the state. And again, it's never going to match or reach what the federal can do, because the federal alone, they could print $10 trillion if they want to. But it'd be something, and it would be a lot quicker than what is going to take place through the federal government. I hear people talking about they want almost like a what they call the Veterans Administration, but they want like a reparations administration. And the thing that I know about these government entities, these government alphabet letter organizations, is they're rife with fraud, corruption, embezzlement. They become these huge, overly expensive operations where people are getting huge paychecks, they're getting pensions. It creates this massive, mammoth infrastructure, and that money, I hope that they're thinking, and I hope that they have it set up to where the money to operate that organization doesn't come out of Black reparations. Like, okay, if you want the government to put this together, then the government has to pay for the infrastructure, and it cannot come out of the Black reparations fund. So it's like there's a lot of problems with wanting the federal government to set up a whole new agency. And you see it in the Social Security Administration, you see it in the Veterans Administration. And yes, we can learn from mistakes of the past, but it's like, why
do the same thing that we almost know is going to ultimately have a similar result. Like, just cut the checks directly to the people as soon as possible and be done with it. You know, why create this huge government organization that's got to have offices in 50 states or who knows how many states, whatever? That sounds like a problem to me. So I don't know. I just wish people would like think through some of these ideas and not from the most positive perspective. Sometimes you got to look at things from the enemy's viewpoint and also like from the devil's advocate viewpoint, if you will. I know a lot of people don't like devil's advocate, thought process, but you gotta think of the negative things that can happen so that you can come up with a better plan. And to me, the simplest plan is produce checks, direct deposit into bank accounts, just like taxes. Like it really shouldn't be that difficult, because anything else becomes a problem. Like you said, a different administration comes in, different people come in the House and Congress, and they say, okay, we're gonna sue this for whatever reason, take it to the Supreme Court. There's a conservative majority in the court, and they say, okay, we're gonna put a stop to whatever this administration is. And the only reason they want this administration because they want to pay this money out over several years, over decades even, which is much, much more problematic because you got multiple administrations and multiple senates and multiple, and so you got all this different political, and then you got everything else that goes on, wars in foreign countries, natural disasters, whatever the case may be. Economic collapses in the real estate market, economic collapses in the tech market, and so there's just so many things that can go wrong when you give the U.S. government time to make something happen and make something go wrong, which they kind of do intentionally. They intentionally make stuff happen so that they can defund programs. I mean, that's what they're known for. So I don't think people were thinking that part all the way through. I wish they would, but I would not. I just say it's cut the check, make it as quick as possible, paper check or direct deposit, and be done with it. The government don't got to be involved. There don't got to be administrations. There don't got to be an NCOBRA. None of these groups got to be involved in any of it. It's just got to be cut a check, direct deposit. It's done. It's over. Move on.
I agree.
And then, do you remember? I think you sent me a video. It was from, the leader of one of these alphabet organizations. I got her up in the jumbotron, but I believe she was questioned about the Blow book about the migration, and she said it was like running. Were you the person who sent that to me? I believe it was you, because I believe it was like she was saying, it was a small clip, but she was like, I don't agree with that. That's like running. If you run to the south, that's like running, or something like that. Essentially,
that sounds familiar. I think I did.
I've been trying to find that video clip. I wonder if they, if somehow it got deleted from the internet. But I've been trying to find that video. Maybe I'll try to do a search between me and you and see if I can pull it up. But in this particular
video, Yvette Carnell.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. I did send. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember that, right? So, and I need to find that video just so I can have it. I'm gonna have to record it with my phone or save or try to download or something. But in this particular video, she's going after Marcel in a very
unfortunate way and unnecessary way. And you know, there's a caller on the phone. I don't think she does this through Twitter. I don't know how she's set up, if it's YouTube or what, YouTube Live, I don't know. But at any rate, if you ever get a chance to check this out, it's like she could have said what she said in a way that had nothing to do with a specific individual. She could have just made it like very generalized if she had that opinion. And then she really centers herself like every, you know, every, like quite literally, in my opinion, it's like the world revolves around everything that she did and everything that she's done. And you know, it's that type of mentality, and it just comes off really, really bad to me.
Oh yeah, I know the caller on her video asked her that, hey, that she should support Marcel, and she said, hey, why should I support Marcel? He didn't do nothing for me. He didn't support me. It's almost like very childish.
It's very, very childish, and it's very. I mean, she could have just simply said, she could, you know, I wouldn't like not mention his name, but just said in general, no one, you know, she could have just kept it very general, like no one did this, or no one. If she felt that, obviously she feels that way. No one helped me. Nobody helped us. And really it's me. It's not really helped us. No one helped ADOS. No one helped the movement. She could have kept it more like that, but it's like it's really me in a sense. And I was like, wow, you know, wow, like wow, what is up with this broad, man? Seems a little out there.
You know, I remember in 2015, or even 2014, 2015, I tried to get on her platform, and man, she was always what's that word? Canceling me, or I can't think of the word. Well, yeah, I couldn't look for a while. I was known on her platform as the Homeland guy. That's the home. When I used to come on her platform, I was called the Homeland guy. And then I guess after I was getting a little bit recognition on there, she basically we call it when I couldn't go on her thing. We call it she banned me or whatever, but I could never get back on her platform after 2016. So yeah, it was.
Yeah. Is that like through YouTube, or is it some other thing?
It was through I think it was YouTube, but basically I think it was YouTube. You can like while she's talking, you can like send messages. You can send messages, and and you can talk to different people in the message. But if she sees that you are getting some type of clout or wherever like that, she will ban you, and you won't be able to send messages on her platform ever again.
That is so crazy. It sounds like YouTube Live or Instagram Live or.
Oh yeah, something. One of those live. Yeah, I think it was YouTube Live. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. So unfortunate.
Yeah. And I tried to call in a couple of times, and I could never get through. So yeah.
So she's got like a 1-800 number set up for that.
Right. Yeah. At one time, I had a in the Philippines, I had an international number where I can call anywhere in the United States for, it costs like $30 a month, and I have unlimited calls to the United States.
Yeah, I just think it's unfortunate because the way obviously I wasn't on there on 2015, 16, not at all. So when I even on Facebook, when I had the book out and I'm doing what I'm doing there, there was very little ADOS information on Facebook to be posted. There was a lot of black groups, Red, Black, and Green, Pan-African, whatever, Black Panthers, all of that, but I didn't see. I just wasn't connected in any way, shape, or form to ADOS until I got on Twitter, and that wasn't probably until like 2020, to be honest, because I spent about a year on Facebook, just beating my head against the wall with the people, with the Facebook banning my ads and throttling my groups and everything else they were doing. But when I first got on Twitter, it was like, okay, this was like it was a big thing, and I want, because initially I was like I was never a Pan-Africanist, but I just didn't understand the specificity of the lineage and everything else like that, so that was something I had to grow with and learn and mature on that part. And then, I kind of got it. Took like a month or two, but I'm like doing my little research and I'm understanding and I'm getting it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this makes hell of a sense. And so I'm like, cool, yeah, okay. And I'm interacting with ADOS people, and everything seems cool. We have some dialogue back and forth, whatever. And what I remember was, at some point, they just went dark, and they were like, we're going away for a while, and they got all these plans and whatever. And I guess that's when that ADOS organization, whatever, I don't even know the name of it, but ADOS org or whatever popped up. But I think fundamentally it was the fact that Black Lives Matter had gotten so wealthy so fast, and I think that the leadership in that ADOS group felt like they missed out on the money tree. You know what I mean? Like, they really missed out on getting that big bag, and it seemed like that was what that was about. So they kind of went into the bunker, if you will, and they came out with this organization, which I assume was set up to get charitable, corporate donations or whatever. That's what I have to assume. And then it was like, one day, and I had long given up on trying to interact with these people. Really, I'm just interacting with the people who are like the members, I guess, who identify as ADOS, and I'm interacting, and everything is good. But I had no desire to interact with the leadership. And then one day, I just was like, out of the blue, I think I clicked on a link, and then I was blocked. And I was blocked by all the leadership. Like, you know what I mean? And I was like, wow, that's crazy. And then, and I'm like, what's going on? And I posted it, and then come to find out, like, there was like hundreds of people that had been blocked by this particular group. And they were like, yeah, if you're connected to somebody, maybe because me and you are friends, I don't know if you're blocked by those people or what, but it was just like, yeah, if you're friends with other people, or if you post on certain posts, and I'm just like, that does not sound like a winning formula for anything political at all. Like, this just sounds crazy to me. And then, so I don't know. But the video you shared with me, that's when I really was like, oh no, this person is not for the Black Americans. I don't care what they're into, what they're trying to do. When you go that far out on even that, it was a Professor Truth, or I don't know which one. I know there's two Black
Authority.
Yeah, that dude. So that guy, I'm like, no, this dude, he is way off the beaten track. Roland Martin, same thing. Only difference with Roland Martin, I actually had a pretty good back and forth with him, and he just said, I believe it when I see it, which I get that. I mean, that actually fundamentally is a rational approach to take when you've never seen something happen. So, but to be totally against it, I think is just, man, I don't trust anybody who has a voice, who can firmly pronounce that they are totally against it, because that's just insane to me. I just don't. There's no other way for me to look at it. That's just totally insane. But
Hey, I'd approve a guy to he wanted to be a speaker, but I think I lost him.
yeah, because tell me if these people are still in the room. I see these are the only things I see. I see my face. I see Georgia. I see Emancipation, I guess, and then I see the biggest. That's it. And I see, and these faces glitch, and when they glitch, I know it's another person, but they're not, like, my screen is not going up to where I could see more people. It's just glitching. And then at the top, it keeps saying Black American Homeland is now co-host for like the last 30, 40 minutes since you came back into the space.
Right. Look, I only see 4 people. Actually, now I see 5. I see biggest, Emancipation, Black American Homeland, yourself, and Elmira. That's only 5 people I see.
Okay, so that's not too far. If George, in my thing, George is still in the room, but I don't see you. And then it just, like, the faces glitch every like 5 seconds. The faces glitch. Ouch. So you're a co-host. It says you're a co-host. Does it say co-host under your thing?
Yeah, I'm a co-host.
All right, I'm gonna try to make. I need the biggest to accept this, just so I can be 100% sure. I'll come out of the room. I'll come back in if he takes that co-host position, and then see if that fixes it for me. But I just think, because there's been times where, even with that co-host thing, where I would make you the co-host, and then I would make Married Black Parents the co-host, and then y'all would have connection issues, and then I would try to make somebody else co-host, but it would say I already got 2 co-hosts. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it just keeps creating new ways to glitch in here. It's really unfortunate. I don't know if the biggest was able to get that co-host. Let me try Emancipation and see if he can take it, because I just don't want to. I don't want to go out and then it doesn't let me back in. Okay, and then yeah, I hear those clicks too, and I used to think those clicks meant somebody was either coming in and out of the room, or they was throwing up like a clapping thing, or 100 or something, but it's clicking like crazy, but I can't see what's happening behind that. Behind the clicks. So I don't know. I'm a little afraid to go out without being able to see. I do see Elmira's face. It glitches. It pops up, but only for a second, and then it pops back down. So, dang it. Well, let me. I think this is one of the last things I got in the Jumbotron. I'll talk about this, and then I'll make an attempt to go out and come back in. But I was having this back and forth with a very intelligent Black man, and we're talking about, or African Americans, which I never use that term, but essentially, are Black Americans Africans, right? Or Black Americans Africans. This comes up a lot. This is a part of that Pan-Africanism movement. And what I stand on is that because of the time, which is like half a century, essentially, that we were not in Africa, and we were not intermarrying or breeding with Africans, because we were here, our mothers and grandmothers were raped and tortured, and producing mixed race children with Europeans and natives, that our DNA structure has been altered to the point that we are no longer Africans. So that's the stance I take. I hold true to it. I don't divert from it. And there's this person stands, again, very intelligent Black man, but he was saying, but we're majority African, so because we're majority African, that makes us African. And I don't agree with that for many reasons. One of them being that half of Africa is controlled by Arabs. If you look at the amount of square miles that the Arabs control, it's nearly 5 million square miles out of 11 million square miles total for the continent of Africa. So, and I don't know if that includes the Sahara Desert, if the Sahara Desert would make it balanced to where it is an even 50-50. But half of the continent is Arab, and we're certainly not Arabs, right? So I think it's just hard to put that label on us, being that we have not had this interaction with those people. And again, there's 3,000 tribes. Who knows how many languages? Who knows how many ethnicities within the different tribes and different countries and everything else, to where we could definitively say that, yes, we are African in the same way that they are African. I think if we stand up and say we are African, it dilutes them being African, is how I look at it, right? And because the unique history of America was that, like in other parts of Americas, the Caribbean and South America, they had their language, they had their culture. There was definitely interbreeding and mixing and everything else like that, but it wasn't the same as in America. And I even pulled up where they show the different parts of Africa on a pie chart in different countries. So in the Dominican, it might be 4 different African countries that are represented. In America, 6, and another part like Haiti or not Haiti, but Mexico, it might be 3 or 4 or 5. So it's all these, and they're different parts of Africa. They're not even the same groups even. So I think it's just really, really complicated, and to just put this blanket label on Black Americans. But this is how this is how Pan-Africanists talk, right? So I'm like, man, I don't agree. So anyway, I found these people. They're called the Siddis, or Siddis, Siddis. They identify as Indian. It says, except for retaining some of the physical features of their African ancestors, the Siddis or Siddis have little to no cultural connection to Africa. Every Siddhi that I spoke to said that they consider themselves Indian. And what it was is they were enslaved by the Portuguese. They were taken out of Africa into some part of India, and they've lived there almost identical to the time we've been there, 300 to 500 years. So they have a very similar experience of being enslaved, taken out of Africa, and lived apart from Africans. And they say that they're isolated, but they probably have had some intermingling with the native people there in India. And they kind of, I got 4 different pictures. Some of them actually kind of do look more like what you would consider a dark-skinned Indian person, versus what an African or a Black American even would look like, or anything close to that. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that it's difficult to cling to that, because again, the Italians they were conquered by, from my understanding, they were conquered by the Africans. They had all this African blood in their genetic structure. You certainly wouldn't call the Italians Africans, even though they got this African blood inside of them, or whatever the case may be. So I don't know. It was interesting that I found this population, and I think they may only be, and India's got they got 1 billion people there.
1.3, 1.2 billion.
Yeah, so and interesting enough, this group of people, I think they said there's like 1 million of these, and it might even be less than that. Like they got a really small population in comparison to the greater India population. I thought it was 1 million. Yeah, it says around 850,000. So yeah, that was pretty close. To think that they've been living there, this is another interesting thing about that. They've been living there for 300 to 500 years, and yet they have not reached 1 million in population. The same thing about the Afro-Mexicans and the Afro-Canadians who have been living in Canada and Mexico for essentially the same amount of time as us here, right? They got really, really small populations. I think that's something that needs to be studied, even with the detriment of abortion in America against Black Americans. I mean, it's been devastating, but we still have managed to get to, some estimate 30 million, 35 million of actual native Black Americans here. And then there's a possible 10 million of foreign born Africans here, first, second, third generation. But the fact that our population has been able to grow far more significantly than these three populations, one that's way on the other side of the planet, and two that are, one's north and one south of us, I think is actually very, very interesting. And again, something that needs to be studied to understand why.
I studied that already. I can explain exactly what's happening. Look, in America, right? America is the only place, it might be some other places like Canada, but we are the only place where we got the, what do you call it? The one drop rule. If you got one drop of black blood, African blood, you are considered black. But when I was in Cape Town, South Africa, man, you can be look like yourself, right, in Cape Town. But guess what? Now you consider a Cape colored. You're not African anymore. You're a Cape colored, or if you go down to Brazil, where you have a lot of people with African blood, but they are, they might be 50% or 40% black or mixed race, whatever. They are not considered black anymore. So America, America is the only place where you can be somebody that look like Will Smith and his wife. In any other country, they won't be considered black, but in America, they're black people.
That that's interesting. I found those Cape colored people. I got a bunch of pictures of them. They kind of look like Mexicans a little, like Afro Mexicans a little bit.
Well, this what happened with Cape Town, man. I mean, Cape Town, very interesting. Look, the Dutch, they brought people from Indonesia to Cape Town as slaves because they really didn't want to enslave the Africans, so they said, hey, we're gonna bring people from Indonesia to Cape Town. So they were the first slave. Well, they did slave the black people, but they kind of ran out of the black people, so they brought the people from Indonesia, and then the Indonesian people mixed with the whites, and then they mixed with the African, and then you got these people called the how we call them? They're the people of Southwest Africa. They are the Sands people. You ever heard of the Sands?
Yeah, the Sands. Yeah, absolutely. They're light skin, but they say they got some of the oldest genes on the planet.
Correct. I met some of those people, man. They are really interesting looking. So the Cape color are a mixture of all those people, including Arabs and people from India. So you got about 7 or 8 different people that are mixed in Cape Town, and then the people, man, you can see some of the people look like Arabs a little bit, some look like from India,
Some look like from different. I mean, from Chinese. I mean, man, I'm telling you, Cape Town probably one of the most interesting cities I've ever been to. I almost got married to a girl there. No, she was a Muslim girl, but my family they said, hey, don't change your religion, so that's why I didn't get married. But look, Cape Town's a very interesting place, and you have a big range of colors and mixtures there, but those people are not considered. They don't consider themselves Africans at all.
Yeah, that's interesting. The one drop rule, I mean, that whole thing is problematic, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, the way you said it
Go
makes.
Yeah, Madagascar. I never been to Madagascar, but I met people from Madagascar in South Africa, and man, they look at those people. I mean, they got a mixture as well. Some do look like African, but you know, they got the curly hair, or the girls, the women got the straight hair and everything. They got that Asian look. You know, Madagascar, and those people are really interesting looking people too. Uh, I met people from what's that island? Gosh, it's just north of Madagascar. It's called the the Comoros Islands, and then there's another island called the Seychelles, and there's another island. Well, those people are a mixture of Arabs, Africans, people from India, French, because the French were the major colonizer in that area. So, man, I mean that whole area, man, it's a interesting mixture of people. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know in Brazil, which was where the majority of enslaved Africans were taken to.
Yeah.
They have what are called pardo, which means brown.
Right.
But the majority of the people are this brown, which I guess, I mean, my complexion, I would fit into that more so than the Afro Brazilians or whatever they choose to call themselves. But I understand what you're saying, because I do, like, so even in Mexico, someone, if they interbred with a Mexican, more than likely they would have assimilated into Mexican society. Whereas someone who retained their African features would more than likely still be in that group, that isolated group. So
right. So those CD people you were talking about in India, right? There's probably 10 million of them. But the thing is, if they don't look like that 850,000 CDs, right? If they can assimilate to the larger Indian population, then they won't call themselves CDs anymore. They will call themselves, "Hey, I'm Indian," just like everybody else. Because I noticed everybody wants to be part of the majority population. And look, I talk about this myself in my book. I say in the Black American homeland, right? You're gonna have people from Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Cuba, right? They might have a little bit of black African blood, right? But because they want to be part of the majority population that control the state, they're gonna say, "Hey, I'm Black American," because you know you want to be part of the if you're a minority, you want to be part of the population that has the power, that has the economic power, that has the political power, and that has majority of the state. So you want to be part of that majority population. You know, I see in my kid, you know, my kids say they're Filipino because you know everybody around them are Filipino. So I said, okay, you're Filipino. I don't try to force them to say, hey, they Black American or anything like that. You know, because
Cause I understand, when you like the only black person in the area, it can be very what's that word? It can be scary. I understand what they're, so they say they're Filipino. Okay, you Filipino.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. Now, is the Philippines the place that the Spanish conquered, and that's why they got like a lot of Spanish names over there?
Correct. The Spanish conquered the Philippines in mid late 1500s, and they didn't leave until 1896, 1898. That's when America took over. America took over. Look, the Filipinos were actually fighting with the American, right? And the Americans said, "Hey, you fight with us, we promise you we will give you independence." But when the Spanish left, the Americans said, "Hey, look, you Filipino people, you guys are not ready for independence yet. We're gonna have control of your country for the next 10, 15, 20 years until you're ready. When we say you're ready, then we'll give you independence." And the Philippines didn't get independence from America until 1947.
Man, that's one of those security extortion agreements right there.
Yeah. And look, and this is the funny thing. When I met my Japanese friends in Australia, right, and they were telling me how the Japanese, they took over Taiwan, they took over Korea, they conquered China, they took over the Philippines, they took over Indonesia, they took over Vietnam, but they took over all these countries, right? But the way the Japanese people told me, they said that they were what's that word? They were freeing those local population from the European powers. And then Japan gave Philippines its independence in 1941 and 42. So Philippines was actually an independent country in 1941 when they kicked the Americans out. But when America took the Philippines back in 1945, it's weird that the Philippines didn't get their independence again until 1947. So yeah, so really, man, when you speak to all these people, I try to listen to both sides, right? Because it's a different side to every story, and learning what the Japanese, what they told me, it was really interesting, and I kind of believe their side. I believe that they what they want to do is they want to kick the Europeans out of Asia, and the Japanese were the only people that were able to do it. They kicked the Americans out of Japan, out of Philippines. They kicked the French out of Vietnam. They kicked the British out of Burma and Cambodia. I mean, they did their thing. Yeah. Oh, you said something about the Arabs control like a large part of Africa. Now, are you saying is Arab the same as Muslim?
Yeah, like Northern Africa, which they guess they call northern, because they call it sub-Saharan, so I guess they would call it Northern Africa, North Africa, but
okay, all right, because see that's the thing. Okay, you got Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, right? Those are mostly Berbers, and they kind of do separate themselves from Arabs. I mean, they do get a lot of their culture from Arabs, but they feel like they are a distinct group, that they're Berbers, right? The Egyptians, right? They think they're separate from Arabs, right? But then now you got a lot of Muslim people in the Sudan, Niger, Chad, Nigeria, Mali, Mauritania, the Senegal, now Guinea. Most of those countries, they're Muslims. So when you said Arab, I said, look, are they? Are he saying now? Now are you? Is he trying to say that the Mali, Niger are Arabs, or or is he trying to say they're Muslim? Now they're definitely Muslims. And guess what? They do adhere to Arab culture. So you might be right. They might consider themselves Arab. People in Mali, the Senegal, northern Nigeria, Niger, the people from Chad, people from Sudan, they are all Muslim. And they might consider themselves Arab. And guess what? They subjugate Christian Africans. Those two groups, they don't get along. That's why Nigeria is so messed up because the northern Nigerians, the Hausa Fulani, they don't want to give any power to the Yorubas or the Igbos who are Christian. So yeah, man, it's so you have tribal problems, but you also have even Christian, not Christian, but religious problems as well. And to me, the religion is even worse than the tribal problems in those countries.
You know, it's interesting because I think when you were out of the space, I was talking about how inside of a black majority state, there is the potential, and not only potential, but more than likely what would develop, even though we may establish it with an independent black party, mm-hmm. that there would develop a opposition party, right? So right. Even though we were the majority party and we got it established, and as time goes on, there's going to be some opposition that's going to develop and grow because they don't like something, whatever that is.
Correct.
Exactly, right? And so what could happen over time is you end up with another duopoly of parties, even though they're both black American parties.
Yeah. Now look, this is what I'm trying to figure out. How did America keep their two-party system? How over the since 1865, right? There's been basically two parties, the Republican Party and Democrat Party. How did they keep that how did they keep that going? And if we can figure that out, then we have to figure out how to keep some people might disagree, but I do think that a black party, it had to be one black American party, because two black American parties won't work if we not a majority of the whole country. I mean, I thought about that for years, man. I mean, I don't know what you think. I mean, I remember you saying for a while now that you believe that there should be different Black American parties, like each state might have their own Black American party.
Well, that map that I put together was because of that, because I'm literally saying there's 8 states. I don't care what group you're in. If you're a Freedman, make a Freedman state. If you're an ADOS, make an ADOS state. That's essentially what I'm saying at that graphic with that map.
Right, right. I need to see. I need my glasses, man. I need to make that your map bigger, because right now I can't really see it. But look, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you have 8 different states and 8 different Black political parties, man, that's going to make it easy for the Republican Party or the Democrat Party to, they can split. They say, okay, we're going to choose this is our 4 parties that we're going to support, and the Republican Party say, okay, we're going to support these 4 parties. So now
the Democrat Party, they have 4 states that they can depend on, and the Republican Party, they got 4 states that they can get from the Black American homeland to support the Republican Party. So, now you got this. Now you're gonna have a huge, because they're really good at manipulating people. Now you're gonna have a huge disagreement between these 4 black states and these 4 black states. And guess what? They might even find a way to put put us in war against each other. I mean, because they did that in Nigeria, man. Nigeria had a war in 1966. 2 million people died, starved to death, and that was between Muslims and Christians.
Yeah, I agree. Like Sudan, I mean, isn't there North Sudan and South Sudan right now because of that?
Yes, yep. You got North Sudan, they're mostly Muslim, and then you got South Sudan. They're those really tall people. I forget their name, but yeah, they're Christians.
They're Christians. Yeah, I mean, it's so I think it's inevitable. Unfortunately, I know what you're saying. I believe everything you just said is 1,000% accurate, and it's absolutely how they would manipulate divide and conquer. It's what they do. The problem is that I just how this reparations movement, how it's splintered into all different groups because ego. I mean, at the end of the day, is ego. Whether it's the leadership ego or people left ego, it doesn't matter. It's just ego that's driven this wedge in between all these different groups. They go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I don't foresee a way where you could have, maybe in one small state, because again, it's an intimate situation. It's really you against the world. You can take that underdog mentality. Right. But when you start having multiple states and they're much bigger states, I just think that's where the splintering starts to develop. And like you said, I mean, even right now in Georgia, the Democrats are dumping money on the state of Georgia because they want to turn it blue. They're already calling it purple. So right. They want it to be blue. And that they're going to sow those seeds of division as quickly as they can, even before they got to the point of being an opposition party. They might actually establish an opposition party. Now, and I say that because I had this interaction with someone. They had a white avatar, blonde guy. I went on their page, and I guess, those pictures are in person, but he sent me this thing called the Black Party. Blackparty.org, something like that, right? So I go on it, blackparty.org, and I see all of these Democrat operatives, Nina Turner, the guy from Gary Chambers, right? It's all these Democrat operatives, but the whole entire, this is a entire website that's set up to make somebody think that these are black independent candidates. But I know, and anybody who knows can look at it and say, these are all freaking Democrats. What's going on here? They got a black agenda. They've taken on some of the reparations talking points. Like, it's demonic how they are essentially trying to co-opt this independent black grassroots movement politically and then put their candidates as the face of it. So right.
We all know. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying this is what they do. So, the thought that it's going to happen, it's going to happen. How could you prevent it? The same way that they have these sore loser laws where you can't, if you fail in the primary, you can't run in the general. You'd have to create all these different laws to try to keep other parties out. And that, now, ironically enough, that sore loser law was determined to be constitutional. It doesn't make sense to me. I read the article. I didn't go too deep into it because I'm just like, every state has it but two. So
they've already decided that this is legal and constitutional, but there's got, that's where you got exclusionary laws and restrictive laws to try to keep other people. One way could be you have a requirement on a dollar amount to participate in an election, stuff like that. Like there's ways to do it. However, is that for the sake of the party, or are you actually protecting the people? Like that's where you got to make a real strong judgment.
Okay, now you said for the people or for the party. How can I say this? When it comes to policies, right, or making or agendas, right, the political party is the most important entity when it comes to the agenda, right? And then you have the different you had the different individuals running for political office. They have to adhere to the agenda of the political party. Now, the political party is supposed to be the ear, the mouth, the face of the people of the state. So let's see if I'm getting this right. Let's see. Man, sometimes I'm not really good at explaining things. I'm better at writing. Let me see if I can explain this.
I know what you're saying. But I don't think you're adding in the element of human nature. And the fact is, you look at Black Lives Matter, right? Okay, they have this great platform, and they got all this money. What did the leadership do? They went and bought $6 million mansions, and they tried to hide. Like they were trying to hide. They got mansions in Canada, mansions in America. Like so there's this human element that you gotta account for, and whatever equations you're doing, just human nature says, I agree with everything you're saying. The party would be paramount. But however, think of somebody, and it could be anybody, someone you interact with online, somebody in real life that you just don't like because they are way too aggressive, or they're just an absolute douchebag, right? Yeah. What if that person is in charge of the party? What does that do for all the people, right? If you have essentially a dictator type of personality in charge of this party, and you've set this party up to be the only party in the state. So, like, for instance, let's say that we were talking about her. I hate to talk about people necessarily, but she's kind of earned this position tonight because she's just messy. But if you put her in a position of authority over the only political party in the state, what does that look like for the people in the state?
Well, don't forget. Look, the people, right? Okay, the political party, they come out with their agendas and their policies and all that stuff, and then the members have to vote to agree to, like, this is our policy. We agree with everything that the political party, their goals and agenda. We agree to all of that. Now, when a person becomes chairman of the party, basically that person is just going to talk about everything that everybody already agreed to. That person, that chairman of the party, is not going to say anything different from the goals and the agenda of that political party. So there shouldn't be one person that should dictate everything in that party, because we already agreed to the certain parameters of that party, or to the goals of it. You understand what I'm trying to say? Look,
I know what you're saying, but again, let's take this person, this individual we're talking about, and
what I would say is that the people who splintered away from her
Mhm.
were the people who were trying to hold her feet to the fire.
Right.
Essentially, they were trying to say, okay, this is what we all agreed to. And then she said, no, I'm going to do what I want to do. And they said, okay, well, then I'm going to go and create my own party.
But what's going to happen if she says that? Guess what? She's going to be voted out of being the chairman of that party. Because don't forget, you know, you have the chairman, but you have other people that have authority in that part in the party as well. I don't think you have just one person with absolute authority in the party.
Yeah, I mean that's where in a perfect world, I kind of agree, but in the real world, it's like, so for instance, if you can create laws that say this is the only party in the state,
Right.
and they end up being constitutional, why couldn't the person who understands how that was done also say, okay, well, I'm going to make it so that my vote carries more weight than everybody else's vote? Essentially, a hostile takeover, which, you know, we talked about Elon Musk, who's trying to mount a hostile takeover over this Twitter whatever platform, right?
Right.
Very much the same thing. You got the people who have been at Twitter for how many years? They're invested. They don't want him to take over. They don't want him. They want him to be a part of it, but they wanted to put him on the board so that they could control him. Right? That was their whole thing. Like we're seeing this in real time. Want him to become a board member so they can control him. He's like, nah, I don't want that. I want to take over. And so here we are with a dictator who's trying to come in, hostile take over. He's manipulating the rules, going outside of the scope of what was supposed to be the rules. And part of me says, either by someone establishing a party outside of whatever we got going on, because they're funded, like you said, by either more than likely the Democrats because they think they own black people. They're just funneling, massive amounts of money. They just want to, get a beachhead into our political state organization. They want to get on the ballot. They don't care if they win or lose. They just want to show that they can get on the ballot. And once people see that, okay, these people are on the ballot. They got billboards, they got commercials running. Then what happened? People start saying, I like what they're talking about. I like that. I like the sound of that. And then you have a separation in the electorate. I just think it's
okay. I know what you're talking. Okay, now check this out. All right, it might be illegal to say, okay, there should be only one black political party, but that one black political party have to dominate, have to be in control of all the carrots. Have to be like if you want any benefits in that state, right? You have to be a member of that political party, and that political party has to dominate everything within in that state. But you're right. If that political party doesn't dominate everything, and there's another black political party that can come in and take 50% of the state benefits, then now you're gonna have two strong black political parties. But to keep that party, if you want to keep a one majority black political party, that party has to control all the benefits of that state. Look, what this is what I'm looking at. Okay, in the Philippines, right? Okay, you got like 10, 12, 15 different political parties. However, when a political party becomes, if the president of let's say the political party that's only 15% of the Senate and the Congress, if he wins, right, guess what? Then he's going to found a coalition.
Now, okay, if I can explain this right. Now there's 70% that were in different parties. They all gonna join that little party because that's where the president is. He's from that party. Now they're gonna all come together, and will become 80% of the Senate and the Congress. Now they can control the whole country. They control the whole purse string. They control all the government agencies. They control the state, the country budget. They can control everything. That's how they control the country. So everybody want to be part of the political party that has the most power. That's what I see in the Philippines. Oh man, I'm just not good at explaining things, man.
I know what you're talking about. Those coalition governments. They're
Right.
they're really big over in like Europe on that side of the planet. And you said 10 or 15 political parties. I just see it the same way this reparations thing has splintered into. I mean, if I count, I can count 5 groups on my hand right now. There's probably more that I don't know about. And
Right.
part of me just says that is the natural evolution of what goes on in Black American politics. And we may start with one, but I think ego and different ambitions and different motivations and, like you said, outside influences can quickly be in a situation where I say 2, but man, there could end up being 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 different groups,
Right.
even in one little state, all vying, for their so-called control.
But look, for them but if they want to be part of the power structure in that state, guess what? They got to join a coalition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, because
now that you're saying it, now I do see it. I do see it now. I see the Black American homeland having 10, 15 different parties, man. I didn't didn't want that to happen, but now that you come up with the human the human the human what humans do. You're right, man. It could be 15 different parties. It can be 20. Look, when South Africa, when they were doing their election in 1994, there were like 30, 35 different parties. And I said, I said the ANC, they probably won't win because they got all these different black parties. Because look, these black parties were on what's that word, tribal line. The Zulus had their own party. The Xhosas had their own party. The Nidabellis had their own party. I said, oh my God, this is not going to work. But for some reason, those people, they got together at the end, and the ANC, they won 75% of the votes. And I was shocked when I saw that, man. That was amazing. Those people, those people that were in different tribes, they supposed to have a low IQ in the 70s, but those people were able to come together and say, hey, we need to win this. We have to have super majority of the votes. So they all came together, and I think it had to do with Nelson Mandela. I mean, Nelson Mandela, he was such a huge figure back in those days. So yeah.
I just posted. I'm trying to find it. It was early this week. There is some. My gut says it's Nigeria, but essentially it's a party, and they're saying they have enough of the younger generation. They're trying to get all of them registered to vote, and they essentially say they have the numbers, which it sounds very much like what we're talking about, just simple numbers, but that they have more than enough numbers to take over the government and fix all the problems that they are facing there. I'm gonna try to find it here.
Shouldn't be too
If it's
far.
in Nigeria, man, look, if it's in Nigeria, it can cause a civil war in Nigeria. Look, the Muslims, right? The Muslims are not going to give up power in Nigeria. No way. Cause see, in Nigeria, there's only one avenue or revenue for money in Nigeria, and it's gas, it's oil. Oil. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, shut.
Yes, no, I can hear you. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I can hear you.
Oil is number one revenue in Nigeria. It's like 95% of the government's revenue, right? It's like 80% of the economy of Nigeria, right? Okay. Now the Muslim, they control that, right? Now, if hopefully it's not Nigeria that you're speaking about, because if a Christian group like the Yorubas and the Igbos and the Idos and there's other groups, hundreds of other groups, and they trying to band together to outvote the Muslim North. I mean, it's possible, it can work, but I think that's going to turn to a civil war between the Muslim and the Christian, the Muslim North and the Christian South.
Yeah, that's crazy. I do believe, and I know it's a tribe. I mean, I hope I'm close to it, but I believe it was a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it was Nigeria. I mean, hearing what you're saying, it sounds like basically they're like Sudan, essentially. Now, where's Eritrea and what's that other area where they were all in this?
That's Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Eritrea.
Eritrea, okay. That's
and
Ethiopia.
Somalia. And you got Somalia over there as well.
Man, okay.
Yeah. The Somalian, they're mostly Muslim. The Ethiopian, they're like I said, they're 70% Christian, 30% Muslim. And the Eritrean, they mostly Christian, but they're also Muslim there as well.
Okay. Yeah, so that Muslim, I mean, I don't think we have that. I know we don't have that issue here. We're good on that.
Yeah, that's why I think the Black American homeland would be great, man. It will work out in the Black American homeland because we don't have this religious problems. We don't have tribal problems. Look, my thought, maybe a 15 political parties, maybe that won't be a bad thing.
Yeah, so here's this group. It's called the Igbo Youth.
Igbo.
Yeah.
That's Nigeria.
Yeah, .ng, Nigeria. So they said if Igbo youth will translate their population into PVC Southeast, at least will record over 50 million votes. And it says the available data shows that only NDI IMO can produce over 5.5 legible voters if we harness our population. So they see it as they have the numbers, and this is Ohanazi. They're saying get ready for a ballot revolution, and they got on red hats. So I don't know if that means, it looks like, I don't know if they're like Freemasons or what are those red hat wearing people?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. They're like the Moors, right?
The Moors, yeah, those are the Moor hats. They look like Moors.
Now, the Igbos are mostly Christian, and some are Jewish. They have a large Jewish population as well.
Yeah, they all got on these red hats, though.
But look, the war in 1966 was because of the Igbos.
Because of the Igbo.
Yeah, the Igbos or Igbos, yeah, that was the war. It was called the Biafra. The Biafra War was because of those people.
the Basra, they claimed independence from Nigeria. They wanted to take control of the oil fields, and the Muslims said, no, this is not going to happen. And that's when the war started in 1966.
Well, this is what they're talking about, because when I did that search, it was for ballot box revolution, because the person was saying, our elders in the past, they always said you got to take it by force, blah 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 blah.
Right.
And I'm just like, well, yeah, I get it. That's what they thought. They never did it. Unless you eradicate. I mean, when I say eradicate, I mean you have to eliminate them from the planet. If you're not prepared to do that, don't even think about it. But a ballot revolution is very possible in modern times. Just the numbers. If you got the numbers, you can win. That's it.
Yeah. Now look, this is another problem with Nigeria. Man, those guys, they would hide votes. They would hide. You talking about corruption? You talking about Nigeria is. I don't want to talk bad about Nigeria, but look, man, it's when is this voting? When is it supposed to happen? 2024?
Oh man, I'm away from that page now. Let me just put it in the search and see if I can pop it up.
Because believe me, man, that's going to be a huge election. I'll be watching that every day.
Yeah, it's whatever the upcoming cycle is.
Okay.
Because
it's either 2022 or 2024. Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying they got they believe they have 50 million votes if they can get this population together. Okay, Onahizi charges at Igbo use host daily Nigeria. 2023 general election.
Oh, 2023, that's 1 year. Oh man, I'm gonna watch that every day.
The OYC, which is the Ohanizi Youth Council, Igbo Social Cultural Youth Group, has urged Igbo and Nigerian youth in general to get ready for ballot revolution in the forthcoming 2023 general election.
Right now, the president of Nigeria is a Muslim.
Oh, really? Wow. So there you go. You go. They want to, what is it? Oh, in this article, man, I've seen this article. They talk about all the corruption. They say this 2023 general election will be a political tsunami in Igbo land. It will be total retirement of all politicians that have stolen our wealth from 1999 till date. So they're saying they've been robbing them for over 20 years.
And those are mostly the Muslims.
Yeah.
There's this man named IBB, right? He's the richest man in Nigeria. He was a president from 87, 88 to 91, 92. And he stole $3 billion from the Nigerian state government treasury. Crazy.
They learned from the Europeans, man. That's all I can say. They picked up bad habits from the Europeans. Yeah, I'm sending you that message in DM, that page right there.
Okay. The richest man in Nigeria is a Muslim.
That's what's so sad. This is why the whole fraudulent conspiracy theory of Pan-Africanism is just so unreal and unrealistic, and they try to force feed it down Black Americans' throats. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and not just in Africa, but in individual African countries, it doesn't even work. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how people can, they just romanticize it so much, but they never look into what actually is happening. They never bother to, we live in the information age. All you got to do is go online and do a search.
and see what's happening over there.
Yep.
Gee, weasel.
Now, Gray, this is what I don't understand about Nigeria and West Africa. Okay, if you look at the map of West Africa, right, Nigeria has 211 million people, right? It has by far the biggest economy in West Africa. Now, if you look at the little countries neighboring or bordering Nigeria, you got Benin, you got Togo, you got some landlocked countries like Chad, Niger, you got the Cameroon, right? Now, look, Nigeria is powerful enough that they can take over those neighboring countries they want to.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
But they never tried. And know why they never tried? Because they scared of the European countries. I mean, they can easily take over Togo or Benin or Niger. Look, they expect Nigeria to have over 400 million people by 2040, 2050. And Nigeria is going to seriously be overpopulated. So, yeah.
I think that's why they're so, I mean, not only because of the remittances that people send back, but I just think they encourage people to leave and go, that diaspora, they encourage people to go to other countries.
Right.
For that very reason. So I'm looking at my timeline. They're saying Vietnam is Belgian, but the U.S. made him a diplomatic ambassador to the Congo. Jean-Claude Van Damme, the movie actor.
Belgium?
Well, he's from Belgium, but the United States made him a Congo diplomat.
Well, so he's an American. He's a Belgian, but he's an American ambassador to the Congo.
The Democratic Republic of Congo, because I guess he has dual citizenship or something in America. I don't
know. No, well, actually, what it is, he probably speaks French, and he probably knows all the in and outs of the Congo and all that stuff. Yeah. It's a lot of, the Belgian Congo has a lot of resources and rare earth and all that good stuff. But look, that place is a lot worse than Nigeria.
I bet.
Yeah, man. It's yeah.
I know they they got the child slavery going on with them, the mines, whatever they got going on.
Yeah. Look, man, look, my phone is running low. I'm on like 12%. But look, this I got to I have to tell you this. When I was in South Africa, right, I met these kids, right? I call them the rich kids of Zaire, right? There was this man named Mobutu, right? He was the president of Zaire, right? And this guy, I mean, he was worth like 10, 12. He stole billions from Zaire, right? He was worth like $10 billion, right? When I was in Cape Town, right, I met all these kids. It was like hundreds of them. They were from Zaire. Their parents were like congressmen, senators, mayor, head of different agencies in Zaire, right? But look, all their kids were going to universities in South Africa and living in Cape Town. And man, these kids, they were living in $1 million homes, man. They're living in $1 million apartments. These kids were living it up. I'm like, God, these kids, where these kids get the money from? And then when I heard these kids talking, right, their dad is head of this agency. Their dad is head of this agency. I mean, man, it was crazy. And when these kids party, man, I mean, they would spend maybe $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 in one night. It was crazy, man. I mean, these kids were partying like crazy. And the only reason why they let me in their group, because I'm a foreigner, I was a Black American. They said, wow, we like to have a Black American in our group. So they let me party with them, man. I mean, it was really weird, man. I never experienced, you talking about money, man. Those people, those kids had serious money driving cars, like, $100,000 cars in Cape Town. I'm like, where do these kids get the money from? But they get it from their home country. Their home country, they're very corrupt in Zaire. And all that money, look, they were using that money. I learned later that they were using that money. We call it when you wash your money. We call it money laundering, right? They had to figure out how to bring money out of Zaire, and South Africa had the best banking system in Africa. So all that Zaire money would come straight to South Africa. Billions of dollars. It's crazy, man.
Wow. That is, man, that's human nature, right? So we gotta always calculate for that, man. No matter.
That's why I say in the Black American homeland, there's going to be nepotism, cronyism, corruption. All that's going to happen.
But we gotta have a system to capture. If it means monthly audits, we gotta stay on top of that, because that produces apathy, and enemies can use that against us, and shake the foundation of the state to where people just won't trust in it and won't believe in it. You know what I'm saying? If they know we're proactive and we're with people, they understand it happens. Nature, but we're catching it. If it's a thing that just goes on and on, like you said, I'm sure the citizens of Zaire probably just felt like hopeless, because what can they do, right? If they know the government's stealing all this money, the people feel hopeless. So I don't want our citizens to feel hopelessness just because of a problem that we know is a part of human nature, and we just gotta find it. We gotta figure out ways to find it, root it out, incarcerate the people, charge them, and just keep moving forward. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's super important, man. Super important to know it, recognize it, find it, and root it up.
Hey, great. Look, I'm at 11%.
Okay.
I say I can stay with you up to 1:47 p.m.
Yeah, no, we can shut it down, because I don't know how many people are in the face. I can't see. I'm still seeing the same faces, but it's fine. We definitely had a good conversation here. I'll point this out to you. There was a Filipino American mass shooter suspect was found dead in a residence here in Fairfax, Virginia. They said he shot 4 people, including a child. Yeah, that's actually really bad news. I think that story was reported yesterday, that there was this shooting going on in the DC area, but it turns out it's like a young looking Filipino kid.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
hey, look, this is the last thing I have to say. Look, I noticed Mary hasn't been on this platform lately. I want you to talk to Mary. If he feels uncomfortable with me on here, like a good example, like maybe what's that word? If like if he might feel upset if he like disagree with me. Look, I have to be a grown up. I'm a grown up, right? If he has any disagreements, he can he can talk about his disagreement, but because disagreement is just part of life, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've never gotten that I mean, he was. I saw him pop into the room earlier
I
tonight.
I saw him for like 2-3 minutes.
That's what I thought. But again, because the room is glitching so bad, I don't know if he got glitched out and then just couldn't hang out. So I don't know specifically why. But like I said, I talked to him about doing his own spaces, that I would jump into to just let us all know we all jump in, and help him and just support what we're talking about. But yeah, I know I never got those vibes. I can ask him. I don't think that's an issue. He's not that type of person. So,
okay, all right.
I think it's good in that sense, but yeah, I just think he. I mean, the last few weeks, it's getting nice out and the sun's out a little bit longer, so I don't know if he just like got other things going on. If you join that community, because we're posting back and forth in there. There's some real good action in there. I kind of want to take it from the DMs to the. So we have Black Hoops in there. She couldn't hear me. Do you see Miss Black Hoops in the space? Or Miss Coops? Do you see her in here? Can you hear me? Oh, no, I can't hear you. Maybe you can't hear me. I don't know.
Oh, me? I hear you.
Oh yeah. Do you see Miss Coops T in the space?
I don't see Coop. I just see Elmira, Biggs. Oh, I see Coop now. I see Coop.
Can you bring her up to speak? Maybe she can, because I can't see her.
All right, let me see.
She says she can't hear me, but.
Let's see. Tell her she have to put a request.
Sometimes, well, what you can do if you click on her face, then you can invite to speak.
Oh yeah. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second here. Okay, invite to speak. Okay.
Okay, so if she's up to speak, maybe I can, because I do see it flashes. Oh wow, now I got 5 people. Oh wow, now I got everybody. Holy craps, I got everybody but you. Miss Coops, can you hear me now?
Yes, peace, family.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, this space has been so glitched out tonight. I can't see people. Other people couldn't see me. Other people can't talk. Other people can't hear. The good thing is we're recording them, so they're going to be on YouTube now, our Black State of America YouTube channel. So I will be posting that in our group and on my page. So if you wanted to, skim through, go through, listen to everything, we cover a lot of different topics, but.
Yeah, I like to catch up. I guess Twitter's not liking what you're saying. I have a question though. Are you guys on the delineation station, the Discord?
I think someone sent me a link to Discord because I'm not on Discord, but I think that was a tribe link. It may have something to do with that. I'm not sure, but.
Well, basically, it's to just get off of these apps, especially when you're trying to talk about things that, you don't necessarily want out there yet or what have you. But, yeah, I'm still trying to get used to the Discord. I just signed up for it last week, so I'm not really knowing how all of it works, but so far, so good. I mean, all the families there. And they just opened up a new category called the migration, for the reverse migration. So yeah, y'all need to be in there because that's where you can talk freely, especially when you're getting to specifics, the who, what, when, where, how, that, that would be a great space to do it because, it's secure. It's totally secure. And they put you through hoops to get you into that Discord. So, it's not going to be for anybody just with a weird looking profile pic. They want to know who's coming in. So yeah, I would sign up for it.
Okay, so I'll look into it. When you say it's secure, who does anyone know who owns? Is this another white-owned platform, but it's got some type of security features to it? What makes it different?
Yeah, it's not a social media platform. Basically, Discord is servers, computer servers, and there's a bunch of see, I'm not that technical, so I don't know how to really tell you. Basically, you have space on a whole computer server system. So you know how crypto is like blockchain, right? And you know how the crypto thing works like that, right? Like it's not anybody who owns it. It's only if you have the key or the code that you can get to your spot on it. Well, I equate Discord to a similar. It's a whole computer system, but you have to have the lock and key to get your little space on that server. So it's just server space, but it's not like Facebook or anything like that. So we now have a space called the Delineation Station, and we can meet in there and not be on an app owned by, anybody. So it can't be taken down. It can't be, no one can come in and censor you in that sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand the value in it. And then, or the spaces recorded or anything like that, or no?
No, there's no recording, but a lot of what the folks are doing is going back and forth between Twitter and there. But the hope is that eventually everyone will come off of Twitter and end up in that space in the Discord. Because then you don't have to worry about, these trolls and things like that.
Okay, understood.
But it's hard to explain, but it's we watch movies on there. It's like the best of each of the features of social media all in one. So you can stream, you can have a space just like you're having right now. It's all of that. It's almost like Zoom. It's a lot of things built into one thing's features.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it sounds awesome. Like I don't know if you knew, like, oh well, yeah, you do, because I think when we first met and I was still sort of interacting with the Mahali party. I had blabbar.com set up, and so I spent a year. Matter of fact, I've got to cancel. I've got to actually cancel that thing. But I spent a year trying to get people to deplatform from Twitter and move over there. Now it was limited in features, but it had a good timeline. It had really good interaction on it. But I don't know if I was able to get more than 100 people. And I mean, I wasn't aggressively trying to get people to move, but I would post it every once in a while and ask different people to move. But I'm canceling that because I want to focus on this. You know what I mean? So, and then I ran into the 6zeros.net, and I've been trying to get the people who were on Blabbar to move over to 6zeros.net because it's a Black-owned platform. I got a membership there. I like the way it looks. I didn't really get a chance to do a whole lot of exploration on it, but it looks really, really good. The interaction seems good. And then someone sent me a Clubhouse thing like a month ago. I signed up for that. I'm really not. It just does. It looks like there's a lot going on over there because I didn't get started from the beginning, and now that I look at it, I'm just like, man, there's a lot going on over there. So I don't know. I'm willing to give it a try. Someone else did give me an invite to a Discord room. But like I said, I think it was something to do with the Security Tribe, and I'm not 100% sure what it was about. But I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, give it a shot. I'm on 6 zeros also, and I had signed up for the Blabbar also. Yes, there's a lot of tribe members in the Discord, and it's just lineage based. But they upload a lot of documents. You can get your genealogy done. It's where people are gathering to make plans for the Save Mason, Tennessee, like boots on the ground stuff. There's a whole channel there just dedicated to Marcel for folks who are interested in that. So you just go in and out of topics there, and they have one for political news. It's just a lot of topics, so it's kind of hard to explain, but we're trying to get everybody in there. So everyone who's listening or even hears on the recording, if they're foundational Black American, that's what it is.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, because as you're talking, I went to the site. I'm looking at it. I'm just, I'll probably watch some YouTube videos on it and see where I think it all works out. Now, are you able to, gain friends, however that works, and build up like that over there too?
Basically everybody in there is friends, and you only can come in with a link. So you have to have, like you said, you received a link, an invitation. You only can get in by invitation.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Because I got a private DM link. Okay, so
yeah, and you would only you would give the link to people that who are FBA.
Okay.
Yeah.
See that? Yeah. Okay. All right. I understand.
Yeah. So I mean, check it out, and it takes it's there's a learning curve to it for me, but I see the benefit. And then we're still on Twitter too, and we're still doing 6 zeros too, but I think it's just a place they have library on there. It's just a lot.
I see it's got a lot of really good functions. What it sounds like.
Yeah.
That's
so
cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
just wanted to bring that over to you.
Hey, thanks a lot, too. Thank you.
Okay, on that note, Black American Homeland, if you want to grab, if you got some last words, we can end it out.
That's it for me, man. That's it for me. I got about 3 minutes left.
Okay.
3%. Right. I'm at 3%.
Wow. Okay, so thank you, everybody, for coming to the space again. We are recording, and we are putting them on YouTube, so that we have somewhat of a permanent record for everybody to, circle back and listen to the space. I like the idea of checking out Discord and seeing what that has to offer, so we'll give it a shot. And other than that, just follow Black American Homeland, follow Married Black Parents, join our Black State of America migration community on here so that we can interact throughout the week. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Have a good night.
All right.
Night.
Good night.